In the stream 1, in the stream 2.
Yeah.
Side by side. Oh, I wanted to try this out too. Let's move the king and the kings and see what this looked like. Oh, that didn't look like I wanted it to. Ah, damn it.
God damn it.
Maybe if we do white with the outline on the letters, that'll work. Or gray.
God damn it.
That was a fail. Oh, damn it, pal. Oh, what's good? Michigan Wolverines, we see you in here, baby. Front Yard Hoops, what's happening? Will Z. Oh, I got to send Will the invite. Hang on, Will. On the way.
I didn't know that was Dave Alderman that won last night. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's really cool.
You looking at the celebration?
I just saw a picture. I saw the celebration earlier,
Mm.
and I was like, oh yeah, coach was out. Mike Malone was out. The interim got a win. Like I was just like, oh, that's dope. And then I just came across some that had his picture and it said Dave Alderman. I was like, oh,
Got that Jordy treatment.
Yeah.
J Street Vibes bonus episode. I know what that is.
Yes, sir.
I know what that is.
Do you know what?
Oh man. What's good, baby? It's game day. Come on in, hang out, get comfortable. We are with you for the next 4 hours here on Sacramento Sports Leader. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And one more time.
Acknowledge me.
We appreciate you so much for being with us. If you're listening on the Odyssey app or 98.5 FM, HD2 if you're listening on ESPN 1320, or if you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320. We appreciate you for being with us. Shout out to Warren and Matt over there on Facebook Live. Thanks for hitting the thumbs up. You can share the stream there on your profile as well. Let all of your friends know about D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320 as we gear up for Sacramento Kings basketball tonight. I guess rivalry week continues. It's the Kings and the Lakers tonight. It's the 49ers and the Cowboys this weekend. Nick Wagoner is going to join us right around 2:45 or so after he wraps up some of his TV responsibilities. He'll be with us. And then right after that, James Ham will be with us to take us home and get us ready for this ridiculous 7:30 start.
Oh, sounds fine to me. You know,
sounds terrible to me.
It's a heck of a 30 minutes makes all the difference in the world.
Can't wait to watch the fourth quarter tomorrow morning.
You know, NBA drops the ball again. They dropped the ball again. You said something and it made me remember. They dropped the ball again. First of all these switches and all the stuff that they're doing, you know, today it's still Hawks Mavericks on ESPN, followed by
I'll put some butts in the seats.
Followed by Timberwolves Nuggets. So they want to switch stuff all the time like it's all good.
Damn, Denver on the second night of a back-to-back and you're putting them on against Minnesota?
Bad job by them. But that wasn't even the bad job I was thinking about when you just said something. You talked about rivalry week. Did you know that next week is really rivalry week in the NBA? They could have put Kings Lakers next week.
Oh, they're doing that again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Isn't this the first year or did they do it last year?
No, I feel like they did it last year. I feel like they did rivalry week before.
I don't
think so. No, I don't think so. I think they've done rivalry week before.
But yeah, next week is literally rivalry week in the NBA. Bad job by them missing it again.
I don't care as much about that as much as I care about the fact the fourth-seeded team in the conference doesn't have a single national. It's not the fourth-seeded team a week into the season or 2 weeks into the season. We're 41 games. The Kings have played the least amount of games in the National Basketball Association, and they're halfway through the season, and they still can't get any national televised game. We've seen you move things around already. We've seen you pull teams out of the primetime lineup. Rivalry week, whatever. The fact that they don't have any nationally televised games is ridiculous.
It's embarrassing. Really is. I'm disappointed in the NBA. That's my league too. That's my league.
Yep.
They got to do better, man. They got to do better. But that doesn't change the fact that the Kings got business to take care of tonight.
They do.
Whether it's on ESPN or BLK Prime or Tubi, it doesn't matter. You watch Tubi?
No.
Tubi. I don't watch Tubi, but I've seen some clips from some of these Tubi movies.
Tubi movies. I don't know, man. This feels inappropriate. I don't know that I want to put on a Tubi movie.
Tubi wild. Man. Like I said, well, they're like.
Is that like Cinemax at night? Because that's what a Tubi movie sounds
Cinemax.
like.
Tubi.
Tubi movie.
I don't know what Tubi stands for, but they have a lot of these black movies, and the plots are crazy.
Is it like a made-for-Tubi movie?
I don't know. I don't have Tubi. I've never watched the movie, or watched the channel. But they have I see it on Instagram all the time. People be like, they have a Tubi. Baller Alert has a Tubi movie of the week. They be having some wild stuff.
Tubi. How do you spell it?
TUBI.
Oh, okay. I think I have heard of this.
Having some wild stuff. But I was gonna say, Kings could play on Tubi. I don't care. They could play at 6:30, 7:30, 7 o'clock, 11 o'clock, Midnight Madness. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is you got an opportunity against a team that is below you in the standings to get a W and continue your win streak and continue to try and create separation. This is a team that you're trying to create separation with. You got an opportunity to do it tonight. I needed to get done. I'm gonna demand something of these Kings. Not like, you're on the road. LeBron's hot right now. No. Win this game. Win this game tonight. You're better than the Lakers. Win this game.
Tubi. The founders are from San Francisco.
Yo, Tubi's wild, man. Tubi is wild.
One of their original programs is an adult animated comedy.
Oh my God.
Called The Freak Brothers. They have an original film about Jeffrey Dahmer called Fresh Meat.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
It's a true story. A music documentary called Pass the Mic.
What's that about? Rap?
Yeah, I guess so. It's a music documentary. I can't click on it. It says Pass the Mic. There's a thriller called Obsessed to Death, which dropped in 2022.
That sounds like one of the ones.
Boy, there's a lot here.
Hey man,
an upcoming original film called Cinnamon. Can't wait to find out what that's about.
What?
It's called Cinnamon. I can't wait to see this.
You're gonna make me go to Tubi.
I'm intrigued. I found a new world here in Tubi. This is great stuff.
Like I said, Baller Alert, if you're ever wondering, they have the Tubi movie of the week.
All right. Watch out for the Freak Brothers, because I guess that's what it's called, the Freak Brothers. You mentioned the game being on the road tonight. One thing that we forgot to mention in our discussions yesterday were the Sacramento Kings. They're above 500 on the road. They're 10-9 right now, headed into this game against Los Angeles.
I like that. That's crazy to think of, really.
Boston, New York, Brooklyn, Philly, Memphis, and Denver. That's the list. And Sacramento. And Philly just added their name to the list 2 days ago, 2 games ago. That's the list of teams in the league above 500 on the road. The Knicks stat is very odd, as they're under 500 at home.
Wow. At the Mecca.
The Mecca, indeed. Yes, the Mecca's doing the Knicks wrong. They're under 500.
Maybe this group of Knicks players can't handle dim lights.
Okay. It could certainly be or maybe this Knicks team just isn't very good. But they are winning games on the road.
5 games over 500.
Yeah. No, they are
good.
No, they're fine. They're fine.
One more game over 500 than the King, or one less game over 500.
Well, that one less game means a lot. That one less game means a lot.
That is a bizarre stat.
But
though.
it's
11 and
weird.
12
Like,
at
yeah.
home. The Kings are, we say all this. They're on the short list of teams, like you mentioned, a short list just now of teams that have winning records on the road.
With the exception of the Knicks, those are all title contenders.
Yeah, and I was going to say, like, this is a little more elementary, but they're on the short list. They still haven't lost 20 games yet. There's like 6 teams that haven't lost 20 games. And to your point, they're all like title contenders.
It's got to be those or close to those same 6 teams,
there's
right?
3 ahead of the Kings, and then you've got the Celtics, Bucks, Sixers, Nets, and Cavs.
Yeah, there are a handful of teams that are 500 on the road, and that's Milwaukee. They're at 500 on the road. We narrowed it down to teams above 500. That's a
good. But look,
tight list. Sacramento.
You got an opportunity. I always talk about this, but you can go 2 games over 500 on the road, and they're 14-9 at home. It feels like they've played better at home than 14-9.
Yeah,
like that's not a bad record.
Yeah, you just have those. You have the Charlottes in there. You have the. Yeah. I mean, and truthfully, you have that last Lakers game in there, which stings a little bit because you have this. And I don't know. You have this streak of 130 point games, but there is the caveat that the streak started with an L. The 134 started with an L, but that was a home game. Then you have the Hornets and the Wizards, sprinkled in there too, and that's 3 games that you look at like, oh.
Well, look, they all count. They all count. So you can do whatever you want with numbers, but they're 14-9 at home right now. They started off the season 0-4. 3 of those first 4 were at home. They were losses. That tells me since then they've gone 14-6 at home with a couple of bad losses. You know what I mean? It's not even like, they're feasting. Like they could be looking at since that point 17-3 or whatever if they would have handled those. But they're playing well at home. But I'm so impressed that they have this over 500 record on the road. And that includes they had that was Midwest. That wasn't really, no, they went Midwest to East Coast. I was about to say they already got one of their long trips out of the way, where they went back east. They got one more to go, but 10-9, trying to get to 11-9, I absolutely would take that.
They got another matchup with Brooklyn on the way, right? They haven't played in Brooklyn yet. I don't think they've played in DC yet. So they have that stretch. I don't even know. Did they play at the Garden?
Yeah.
They did?
Yeah, De'Aaron, that's one of like their bad games. Like they were never in the game.
Okay.
Julius Randle got
that's right. Tossed. Julius scored 70 that night.
Yeah,
that's
tossed.
Right. Yeah. And he got thrown out. That's right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, another long road trip on the way for the Kings for sure. But you hopefully you're entering that road trip with some confidence with the way that they're playing. And I mean, they've got tough games ahead just this week. We talk about the Lakers game on the road. Man, that one on Friday is interesting to me. That one on Friday is interesting for a variety of reasons with the Oklahoma City Thunder, which also, by the way, and I slept on this until over the weekend. That's the first night of a back-to-back is Joel is in town on Saturday.
He did God's work last night. Big ups to JoJo.
He does. Yeah.
He might need a night off, to be honest with you.
Well, speaking of, someone might have a night off tonight. LeBron James currently listed as questionable with left ankle soreness.
King, take your time, bro.
Well, no, I said LeBron James, not Thomas Bryant. Thomas Bryant, as far as I'm aware, is he's the new king.
He's the chosen one.
He is. Sports Illustrated coming this Thursday, the chosen one, Thomas Bryant. But we'll talk more about that. We'll talk more about this Kings-Lakers matchup tonight. As a matter of fact, we'll dive into this game by the numbers with our man, Will Z. He posted a new article today over on ESPN 1320's website. We'll talk to him when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
And all you knuckleheads in the chatty house, come on, man. It's just a yellow hat. There's nothing Lakers to it. If it was yellow and purple.
What is it? I can't.
My man, Tyrone.
Oh, your brand. Okay.
Yeah, Crescendo. Yeah. Shout out to my man, Tyrone, a.k.a. Dak Prescott. But yeah, man, come on, man. Ain't no Lakers going on right here. I got green on. What are you talking about? Got olive green on. Plus,
Yeah, we vibing today. I don't know what it is.
if I had some purple in it, I'd be like, Lakers, but I understand what you're saying, but no purple. It's white. Oh, Tyrone Warren, that's what's up, man. Yeah, that's my guy. That's my guy from back. I met Tyrone working at Comcast.
You better call time. Call him.
Yeah, young Sav. Drake bars don't have anything to do with the 49ers. It's all Kings. All Kings. Oh, we gonna handle business. Lead that. Hey, they love Dak Prescott.
I
love
heard.
Dak Prescott. Boy,
yeah,
they love Dak
I
Prescott.
heard.
Dak is
Times have changed.
They love Dak. I'm like, oh, okay, all right.
They won, right? You play you play the team that's in front of you.
He played well.
I don't think some of those people didn't. I don't think some of those people didn't want to admit that Bucs team was not very good. They went on a little run. It created some fun conversation headed into this game. That game went exactly as it was supposed to go. That Bucs team wasn't very good.
Yeah,
they won a horrible division,
like
a awful division, and perhaps the greatest quarterback of all time, or the greatest quarterback of all time, was under center. Like, I get that.
Yeah.
Just chill out.
It doesn't mean that the Cowboys can't beat the Niners, but I mean, it is what it is. Like, Bucs stink.
Yeah, I'm not sold on Dallas. They ended the season pretty horrible, and then the Bucs aren't good.
We'll talk about it, but I think they were waiting for this, to be honest with you. I think they had their eyes set on this game for a while. I'm not like excusing that, like they didn't play well. You gotta focus on the games that are in front of you. But I think there is something to be said for that. They were waiting for this game. I don't know if they're gonna win, but I think they were waiting for this game.
Oh, my bad. Oh, there he goes.
Hey, William with his lumberjack jacket on. What's up, buddy? Actually, we can get you like that.
Yeah,
I was just trying to. You want me to shift the camera into the other way?
Oh, that's perfect. Perfect. It looks great like this.
I like that jacket. Hey, one of the things that happens, I guess, when it's not raining, is it's a little cooler. It was cold,
right? I'm sitting in here working. I can't get warm, so I put on my thick jacket.
Yeah, it's cold.
This is pretty funny. The Stan spitting thing, the Stan Van Gundy and Kevin Durant thing.
I didn't see it.
Oh, it's pretty. So Stan, Jesse told me about it, and I'm looking at a screenshot. Stan's talking about 90s NBA teams just had a trainer and a strength coach. They practice more often. Teams now had huge medical staff, yet injuries and games missed are way up. Something's not working. Kevin Durant replied, "Stan spitting," and Stan replied, "No, I'm not criticizing players. I'm saying that we are getting something wrong in how we would prepare players." And Kevin Durant replied, "Stan, I agree with you."
It's amazing.
And someone else, spitting means you're speaking facts, Stan. Poor
That's
Stan.
funny. That's funny.
That's fantastic. Stan said, "I had no idea." That's terrific. Terrific.
We got to watch tomorrow to see if Stan uses the word spitting on the broadcast.
Oh, you know he will. You know he will. Oh, Will Z, how's it going, man?
Oh, it's good. Busy but good.
Yeah?
It's a good thing.
What do you do? Have we ever talked about that?
IT consulting. So
Okay.
I just move around kind of project to project, but a lot of spreadsheets. That's why it makes sense with all the numbers and everything.
Oh, you were a born numbers guy.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
I was about to say something. I forgot what I was going to say. That's always the worst. I'm also getting old.
It's only bad when the mic's on. If the mic's not on, it's not that big of a deal. when there's hundreds of people listening and you absolutely forget where you were trying to get to the end of with this sentence. That's what's scary. Like I don't know how to end this sentence that I'm speaking right now. I just don't know.
This is interesting for the 13th round. Edgar Berlanga, Top Rank have split. He might have been the most overhyped fighter in the last 25 years.
13 straight first round knockouts.
Oh, you gotta watch him. Stop it. Once the guy had to go 3 rounds, he was looking cooked.
All right, we're coming back. Will, hang on.
Yeah.
Odyssey app, 1320 AM, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook Live, 98.5 FM HD. Plenty of ways that you can check out Dealing with KC here on ESPN 1320. And we're happy to bring in our buddy Will Z to preview the Sacramento Kings and the Los Angeles Lakers tonight. By the numbers, of course, Will, great follow on Twitter as he tweets all throughout these games with great little notes and facts. And Will,
you almost don't even have to follow him because he's on ESPN 1320. He's on the King's social media. He's on the post game show. You almost don't even have to follow him. The tweets are just everywhere.
Remember when Will Z was just a little youngster in the Chatty House, and
I know it's crazy.
And now he's the most sought out. Now, like Will Z has almost become like synonymous with 30 for 30. Like the way 30 for 30 is, like people don't say documentary anymore. Right. They say 30 for 30. So when we need a stat, no one says, "Hey, I need a stat on." Someone just says, "Call Will Z."
Yeah.
Can someone just get Will Z on this?
That's it. He's like a Band-Aid.
That's it.
Kleenex.
That's right. Yep.
It's been so fun. Just
you
can't believe
you are a brand amongst yourself, sir.
It's crazy how much I remember. Just how it used to be, just me texting you, Damien, just like random stats, and just I'm sure made no sense. So just to be able to grow into this has been just a blast.
It's great stuff, man. Great stuff.
You work hard, man. You earned it. You're doing your thing.
Thank you.
And if you want a little background on Will Z, you got to check out the live stream during the commercial break. This numbers are Will Z's life, and Will, it seems like the number to watch. And man, I don't mean to be repetitive, but reading your article this morning, feels like points in the paint is really what we're going to be watching tonight with the Los Angeles Lakers. And it goes even further back than just the monster game they had at the Golden One Center a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and it's especially just with this Lakers team. Like, I know we harp on it all the time, points in the paint, but it's just so important with the Lakers because that's how they win. In the article this morning, I put how when the Lakers win, they score 61.4 points in the paint. When they lose, they score 53.6. So it's just about an 8-point discrepancy in the Lakers' wins and losses for the paint scoring. And they don't have the 3-point shooting and other means of scoring to kind of make up that difference for when they're not going inside.
Hey, Will, can you dive in a little bit more into the points in the paint situation for the Lakers? We know that that's something that you got to watch out for. But in your opinion, how do the Kings combat that? Is it more perimeter defense? I feel like last game it was the offensive boards, and obviously Thomas Wilt Bryant doing what he did.
Thomas Wilt Bryant Jabbar.
Brian Abdul-Jabbar. But I feel like that's where it is. But, is it maybe penetration with Schroeder? I don't know if Lonnie Walker's back. Like those guys, like how do they combat what the Lakers try to do with points in the paint, especially with no AD there? It feels like they shouldn't be able to do any of this.
Yeah, and for the Lakers, so looking at it a little bit more, the paint's broken down into the two areas. So there's restricted area right under the rim, and then the non-paint restricted area, kind of like the floater area. For the Lakers, they do more damage in the restricted area, so right at the rim. They shoot 69.1%. That is 6th highest in the league. But in the non-restricted area, they shoot 42.8%, which is about 10th worst. So if you can really focus on just converging at the rim And that's where Thomas Bryant did all the damage last game. It's not like Thomas Bryant was out there hitting floaters or little mid-range shots. So just try and put that emphasis directly on the rim against the Lakers team is how I would go about it.
We saw them in the games immediately following the Lakers game, which was it 78? Was that the number of points in the paint that last game? It was something.
I think it was 70 for the
70?
Lakers, and then 78 the next game.
Okay. It seemed, at least for a couple of games like there, and I don't think it went their way against San Antonio, but it had been a conscious effort to minimize. In fact, I think that's where the great soundbite from great is a stretch, but the soundbite from Mike Brown came, where he's talking about 42 in 42 Babe Ruth's number. No, coach, it's not, but 42. I'm gonna go play 42 in the lotto.
Yeah, and it was so Lakers had 70, and then the next game was the infamous 42.
I love that it's infamous.
Yeah.
Poor Mike had crickets at that press.
Mike was trying to get that joke over so bad, and it just was like, "Hey, coach, you wanna elaborate? Wasn't that Babe Ruth's number?" No, coach. No, it was not. But he was obviously very excited about the 42 points, which shows you like that. For you, Will, when you watch these games, and Kenny talks about this quite a bit, points in the paint, is that actually the interior defense, or does it fall more on the perimeter defense?
I don't know. I think it's a mix of both. I think it also depends on the team that they're playing too, and just the matchup that they are. Like the Spurs, they had 66. And the Spurs just shoot such a higher volume of twos. So you have the volume of shots that's going to go up. It's naturally going to lead to more points in the paint just with that raw number going up. But I don't know. I'm not as much of I don't have a good answer. I can't find it in the stats where those are coming from, if they're just like guards getting in, or if it's
that's
what the point is.
Thomas Bryant's probably a breakdown in interior defense, and I don't think this was Russ did play the last game, but Russell Westbrook would be a breakdown in perimeter defense.
Yeah.
And what's good is that the Kings are still doing a very good job of limiting second chance points. So they're at 12.5 for their opponents, which is the fourth fewest in the league. So they're still doing such a great job of not allowing offensive rebounds. I feel like the ones that we see stick out, and I know earlier in the season there were just key offensive boards that were allowed, but on the season they're doing a really good job getting those defensive rebounds.
And I was just gonna say, a lot of that stuff, it's a chicken or the egg situation. Like it's a combination of the two, I think, and they both got to, I don't know if compliment is the right word, but you got to have both of them working. Like you sometimes when you have guys on the perimeter that aren't defending and guarding the ball particularly well, you got your big guy that erases some of that stuff. And that's what a lot of people say what happened in Utah, right? Rudy Gobert would mask a lot of the perimeter defensive flaws that the Utah Jazz used to have. And then sometimes as a coach, I put some of the emphasis and the onus on the perimeter players. I say, hey, man, you can't rely on that. You can't say, I'm going to just let this guy go by because I have a great defender protecting the rim. I got to make sure that I take pride in the stopping my guy. So I think a lot of it goes hand in hand. And a lot of the times when you see points in the paint, I think it's a virtue of, I always start with the guards, but it could be rim protection as well, though.
And part of it too is I think the Kings have put such an emphasis on the verticality and are just stressing, just go straight up. And I think that sometimes that leads opponents to making tough shots as compared to getting to the free throw line on fouls. So the Kings are committing 20.6 fouls per game, which is 15th. So they're right in the middle of the league in terms of fouls. So if they were fouling more at the rim, we wouldn't see those points in the paint numbers because they wouldn't be in that source. So it's, I think, part of that as well, them just contesting shots and doing a good job, but teams are going to hit contested shots anywhere on the court.
Another thing you wrote about, Will, in the new article over on ESPN 1320's website, and I probably could make the argument you really got the ball rolling with this following the game against San Antonio, and that is kind of the I don't think the historical ramifications of what we're seeing with this streak of not only 130 point performances in a row, but what we've seen in terms of the Kings scoring 130 points on the season.
Yeah, they're the only team. They've done it 10 times this season. The next closest are the Grizzlies and the Lakers at 8 times. Kings are 9-1 in those 10 games. So with the one loss, of course, being to the Lakers.
That's great.
So hopefully a get back game tonight for that, because 10-0 would be nice. It's a very pretty number, but they're just doing things that no other team is doing this year. I should go back and see what the record for most 130 point games in a whole season is, and see if the Kings can track that down.
I love watching Will's mind work, because when he thinks of something, he starts looking around like he almost starts salivating. Oh, I'm gonna. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go. I got a stat idea.
Yeah, make sure you hit us when you get it, because I know you're gonna do it off the air.
The worst is go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the worst is when I'm afraid someone's gonna snake it. I'll have I have this 130 point stat queued up like the day before. I noticed that they had the streak going, and it was in my drafts, and I was like, oh, someone else is gonna take it. Like, I'm not gonna get to it fast enough. So I'm just like always worried that someone's gonna think of this obscure stat and causing myself stress over
Little
it.
Z Wojnarowski, afraid someone's gonna scoop him.
Will gonna be like Woj with the Ime Udoka story, like, oh yeah, something's going on, and sleep
and
on
then leave.
And some Sham Z is gonna come in there and put all the stats out there. One thing that you also talked about in the article, Will, was the way the Kings are scoring and where the points are coming from. And I thought that was a great breakdown by you to have all this. And it's such a balanced offensive attack. It really is. And I see a lot of the stuff in the half court. But one thing that I mentioned yesterday about I don't want to say I'm not concerned at all, but what may not be as much of a concern come hopefully playoff time is people like, oh, the game slows down and then it's going to be tough. This isn't this like super fast breaking team. I know Will Z kind of wants them to be, but they're not this super fast breaking team, right? Like, they score very efficiently in the half court in a number of different ways.
Yeah, they are 7th in fast break points at 15.3 per game. But like you said, Kenny, they just score any way they want. And it's such a fluid offense that they work off of what the defense is giving them, from what I see. So if teams are guarding the 3, they'll go inside. If teams are guarding inside, they'll hit the 3. And it just creates, and they have that mid-range game. The tweet's out there in the article too, if anyone hasn't seen it. But they just score from everywhere on the court at about a top 10% clip. And it's just to pick your poison for the other team to try and stop.
Tremendous stuff as always, Will. We appreciate you, my friend. Thanks for all your amazing work. And we'll be we got the notifications on for tonight, my man.
Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
All right. It's our man, Will Z. Make sure you head over to ESPN1320.net and check out Will Z's latest work. He posts an article every single morning of a game day. And it's just great insight. It's the stuff that you just hear right there, where he talks about the 130 point performances. He talks about the points in the paint, and he really gives us kind of a different breakdown as to what the Kings need to do well tonight. And then now that we're getting further into the season, these articles, the further we get into the season, the more fun these articles have become to read, because now he can reference the previous times that they've played. And in this case, with the Lakers tonight, this is the 4th and final matchup of the season.
Yeah. And man, I wish they would have been able to sweep those guys. I mean, I wish that was still an opportunity. But I'll take a 3-1.
Yeah, just get the win tonight. Go 3-1.
I definitely don't want to split.
It's been a weird, like, you go back to the first one at the Golden One, Crypto in Southern California. You go back to that one, and that was, I mean, like, that was a De'Aaron Fox game. And then you had the blowout at the Golden One Center.
Beat down.
Then you had the Trista game, the 136-134 beamless in Sacramento night. And
that was a great game, though.
Oh, it was incredible.
Yeah, that was the energy.
It was incredible.
It's unfortunate it didn't end in a win, but De'Aaron in that fourth quarter and how the place was rocking when he was hitting those shots.
It would have been amazing if officiating didn't decide it. If they had just let players kind of like what De'Aaron Fox said, if you had just let the players finish that game out.
That's it. That's it.
I mean, that crowd was treated to
Tony
something
Brothers
special.
had to. I don't even know if he was there, but Tony Brothers always catches
the officiating because I think it's the name everybody remembers for some reason.
Scott Foster.
Who's 26? Because that was the dude, right? That's the Kevin Herter guy and the De'Aaron Fox guy.
Yeah.
I don't know who number 26 is.
All I know is Tony Brothers.
Might as well be Tony Brothers.
Tony Brothers, Scott Foster, and the lady with the curly ponytail. They told me her name. I think it's like Ashley or Ann or something like that, but I forgot.
Okay.
But that's all I know. Is Bob Delaney still a referee?
Yeah, I think so.
Wasn't he a former FBI agent or something?
No, that wasn't Bob Delaney. That was who's the analyst, the Mike Pereira guy.
What is his? Oh man,
because what
that was the
that was
I thought Bob Delaney.
I don't think it was Bob Delaney, was it?
Bob Delaney was a undercover New Jersey cop.
Yeah, that's what he was.
It was Bob Delaney.
Yeah.
Really? Well, he was the Donnie Brasco. Who was Donnie Brasco?
Yeah, it says he's an undercover. He was undercover New Jersey State Trooper.
Why did I think? Well, maybe I'm thinking about Bob Delaney, and I've just got him.
But now I'm. You see, we didn't switched over because
Yeah.
now I'm confused about who or I'm curious about who the guy is that they go to. Jeff Van Gundy and Mark Jackson go to, like, hey, what'd you think about that call? Who is that, everybody? Dean Bound.
No, that's the NFL.
Yeah, that's what Brian's talking about. It's not
Steve
Dean.
Jabbie. Soren's
Steve
right. Steve
Jabbie.
Jabbie's the one.
Steve Jabbie. That's phenomenal knowledge. Dean Blandino is NFL.
Bob Delaney was the guy. Gosh, I thought it was somebody else.
He looks like an undercover New Jersey.
Kind of does. Kind of does.
Not surprised.
My goodness.
Every referee was just a cop at one point.
That'd explain a lot. Delaney retired.
So he's not reffing anymore.
No. He retired from being a cop.
And said, I'm gonna be a ref. Did you see? Oh yeah, I mentioned this on the show. Swish Parker's trying to be a ref.
Yeah, you did mention
Good
that.
for him. Good. Oh yeah. Mark Wong brings up Mark Davis. He may be the worst ref in the league.
While serving as a police officer, Delaney was also a high school basketball referee in New Jersey and later officiated the Continental Basketball Association for 4 years.
He's verified.
I guess he is. I don't know. I always thought it was someone else. I'm going to have to further research during this commercial break because this is going to bug me. This is really going to... I mean, it's clearly this guy, but I swear I always thought it was somebody else.
Yeah, Dick Bavetta. Remember Dick Bavetta, David? Wasn't
Dick
Dick
Bavetta kissing Charles Barkley?
Yeah, they ran and
yeah. Charles, for just no reason at all, kisses him square on the lips at center court. All right. I guess those two love each other. I was worried he was going to hurt himself. He's out there racing. I'm like, hey,
man,
come on, man. And then I started getting concerned about it. I was like, Charles is about to hurt himself.
Yeah, well, and then obviously you never know what was going on. That was in Vegas. Charles in Vegas. I'm surprised he showed up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and these referee names just keep coming. Bennett Salvador. I remember him.
Worst ref I've ever seen. Ramsey says worst ref I've ever seen.
Who's the guy?
All right, it was Bob Delaney. God, I don't know. I thought it was someone else.
Who's the guy that said steak dinner? Do you remember? Hey, Michael, steak dinner, steak dinner.
I don't remember who that was. I don't remember who that was.
He was a famous ref though. Like he was, I can't remember his name, but he was like one of the forefathers in current NBA refereeing. Hey, Michael, steak dinner.
Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous.
Are they ever going to give De'Aaron Fox a steak dinner?
No.
No.
Yo, just give De'Aaron Fox a call.
No, they would. He would own Morton's for all because they give that to them if they miss a call, right? They'd be like, hey, if I miss it, you steak dinner. Damn, De'Aaron Fox would own a Morton's.
Yeah, Morton's would just be called De'Aaron's at this point. Foxes. Where are you going before the game? Going to Foxes. This is a new steakhouse.
Foxes.
It's the steakhouse NBA officiating built. right here in Doco.
Echo and Fox.
Echo, man, that was some good food at Echo and Rick's. Oh my gosh, that was some good food.
Yeah.
That was good stuff. We at the end of the year, we're not going to task this man with more work. At the end of the year, we'll have Will Z like pull up some stats on like officials.
Oh man, I'm sure they're out. I mean, Will Z could do it too, but I'm sure they're out there. Well,
I would think they are.
About what's his name's record against Chris Paul.
I wonder if a Will Z type did that. Like just because what was the record? It was deciding games, right? Because it's not like every.
I think it was
Scott Foster.
I think it was playoff games.
Oh, playoff games. Okay.
And I think it was like 0-17.
It was something. It was something incredible. It was something so outrageous that you're like, that's not real. No, it is.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It is.
Chris Paul's 1-12 in games that Scott Foster refs in the playoffs.
Man,
1-12.
Man, oh man.
Well, the good news is when De'Aaron plays 13 games, we'll find out what in the playoffs. We'll find out what official hates him the most.
Right.
Though I have my suspicions, and it's whoever the hell number 26 is. But
yeah, or Mark Davis.
Mark Davis is 26.
No, I don't know, but he might be, but he's the one. I was also going to say, well, good thing for Chris Paul, he doesn't have to worry about that this year.
You think they're done?
They're getting Cam Johnson back.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
But I mean, they might get into playing,
but
maybe.
Cam, help me out. Cam hasn't played this year.
I think, he played.
Did he?
Don't quote me. I thought he played earlier in the season.
Okay.
And he got hurt during the season.
Okay.
It was like real early, like first 3 weeks of the season, it felt like.
Man, it's hey pal, we're sinking. Can you come help us out?
I'm not ready. Can you help us out?
That's what I mean. Like, hey, there are seasons slipping away here real quick.
And then Cam Johnson got hurt that 8th game of the season.
Eighth game. Okay. I don't think I'd
Look
even
at
watch.
Jesse's on it today. I mean, he's always on it, but shout out to Jesse.
I don't even think I had watched Phoenix by the 8th game of the season.
Probably not. You saw him opening night, maybe. They played Dallas, I think.
I did see that. Blocked it out of my memory though, because
it's because it's Dallas and Phoenix. Boy, those two teams I hate.
Dallas and Phoenix.
Yeah, can't stand those two teams.
I read something interesting on your boy Luka today. Oh. Luka's always pretty
nice shoes.
I missed
Luka
them.
ones.
Oh,
yeah, the Luka ones, not bad.
I
have a pair.
Wow,
feel good.
Okay. Yeah. Basketball shoe? Walk around shoe?
Basketball.
Okay. You playing them?
Uh-huh.
Do you whine when you playing them?
Yeah.
You cry a lot?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I noticed that.
You bitch a lot when you're wearing them? Okay.
I noticed that. I was like, what's wrong with me?
Immediately walked over to Reese and took his off and threw him in the garbage. Like, you can't wear these, buddy. We're getting you some new shoes. Apparently, he's been vocal with the Dallas Mavericks about his desire to make some moves this season, and they say that's a little different for him. Normally, it's not his business. He's out there on the floor. He's going to do his job. This year, apparently, with his usage rate being 1 million, he's like, hey, why don't you do something? Why don't you get me some help here?
Oh, okay.
And I know how you feel about that.
Yeah,
Dallas.
If I was Mark Cuban, you gonna pass?
You
gonna move without the basketball?
We'll come back. We'll talk more about the Western Conference and some things that went the Kings' way last night. We'll do that when we return here. Plus, phone lines are open for you. 916-909-1320. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader, Steelo and KC.
LA Times survey votes. Worst ref, Scott Foster. 24. Lauren Holtkamp. I think I know who that is. She don't seem that bad. Mark Davis is number 12. Who's number 26?
Pat Frayer or something like that.
Oh, that's who they've been saying in the chat. Okay. Is Sacramento getting a USLW team?
I don't know.
I think they are. Oh, no, you know what? I think it's in Stockton, actually.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what happened.
I'm on the NBA referees page right now. It's weird. On the tab it says like meet the guardians of the game. Like that's weird to call the NBA like the refs the guardians of the game.
Is that like from the NBA, official NBA?
It's the NBA officials website. You're just referees, bro.
The guardians of the game. Shut the hell up. Watch Stephen A. Smith give a 3-minute semi-apology to Rihanna after the Navy got on his head for saying Riri is no Beyonce.
Ridiculous. That whole like, what does that have to do with anything? Like, what are you doing?
They got on his head, man. Don't mess with the Navy.
Well, that was dumb, man. That was just dumb. Though.
I didn't even see him say that.
It was dumb. It was on, he's doing a book tour, so I don't know. It was on a talk show. It's you could find it. It's out there. That's where I saw it. It was on social.
Stephen A's having a rough year.
I'll never forget Scottie Pippen's book tour last year.
Scotty. Let me see what y'all talking about, man. Yeah, it was that piece of trash. What's that piece of trash's name? You guys know what I'm talking about. But anyway, that was for but I thought it's for Sacramento, but I think the team's in Stockton, I believe. Nah, Bryce. There's no need to talk about it, man. This is what it is, man. You know, he can think what he wants. You know, like I said, I've had jackass Ron Burkle. You know, like I said, a lot of people love the Cowboys, man. They love them. They love them this week, man. Niners are only good because they had a weak schedule. You know what I mean? So now they're finally going to face a good team this week, and you know they're going to get exposed. So, all right, all right. You know they're going to get exposed because they got a weak schedule.
916-909-1320. Oh, shout out Miss P, by the way.
Shout out Miss P.
Let's go ahead. Let them air horns fly. Miss P got a new job out there, and
yeah,
she's out there. You know,
let's go.
running. I think it's in the nation's capital. I don't know. She might just be moonlighting in Paris or Dubai or something. I don't know.
Might be Olivia Pope.
I've never seen her
She might be
and Kerry Washington in the same place at the same time.
Facts.
I could see it. I could see it.
Wow.
Yeah, I could see it. But shout out Miss P. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. We were talking about the Phoenix Suns and kind of where they sit here in the standings, but an overall, and again, we no shame in this whatsoever. We're doing it every single night. We are watching the scoreboard to see who wins and who loses.
Welcome to the new segment here on D-Lo and KC. Who he root for?
Yeah. That's right. That's right. No shame in our game. 40 games left in the season to start watching the scoreboard and see who drops just a little bit further back. And yesterday, it was the Portland Trailblazers who lost. And I think the Clippers lost yesterday too, didn't they?
Yeah.
We'll take it.
Lost to the Sixers. And that's always good when they lose to somebody on the other conference.
Yeah.
In the Eastern Conference. That's some good stuff. So it has the Kings right now.
And shout out to Dave Adelman, by the way.
Shout out Dave Adelman.
Denver
man.
gets that win against Portland.
Yes, indeed. But it has the Kings still in fourth. They're a game and a half ahead of Dallas. They're now 3 games in the standings ahead of the Clippers. 5 games in the loss column. Yeah, 5 games in the loss column ahead of the Clippers. Portland fall out of the top 10, and look who has gotten into the top 10, which adds what's going on Friday even more intriguing.
Yeah,
the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah,
are now in 10,
21-23 right now. That OKC team is.
They're inching up towards 500. Man.
It's funny. The Oklahoma City Thunder just hit the 10th spot. Yeah, they're a game out of the 6th spot. Hopefully the Sacramento Kings got to say something. They have something to say about it. This won't happen.
Yeah.
But the Thunder could be the 6th seed in like 4 days.
Absolutely, man. But I mean, I was trying to say it a little bit, a couple weeks ago. Are we starting to see a little of the separation? I think the Kings are sitting good right now, obviously at 4, but that is 6 through 10, 6 through 11, they just keep.
That's crazy.
They keep floundering. Nobody's really getting momentum there.
Yeah, and I think that's the good part, because when you look at it, it's not a ton of games, and when you realize how close 6 and 12 are, even 6 and 13 when you include the Los Angeles Lakers. It's like, this is just a free-for-all at this point. But the most important part of what you just said isn't, to me, it's the separation. I don't quite see it the way you do, though I understand why you're kind of driving that point home. But what you just said right there, I think, is the key point. None of these teams have momentum. Like, none of these teams can string together more than, a victory or 2 before dropping a couple more. Yeah. And it's the 2 in, 2 out, 2 wins, 2 losses, 1-1. It's a perpetual battle with 500, which is why there are so many teams sitting around 500 right here. And it goes back to a point I was trying to make a week or 2 ago with James is I don't, we keep talking about, the Golden State Warriors. And of all those teams, the Warriors are certainly the ones I fear the most. They are the defending champions. And looking at their roster, I see it. And they're the one team where I feel like their roster doesn't exactly match their play, in my opinion. But, you got all these other teams with more experience. We're halfway through the season, and none of these teams have been able to build anything yet. You could argue Portland, they came out the gates firing and fell back. Utah came out the gates firing and fell back. The Kings kind of stumbled out of the gate. And though I don't think people who were watching the games were particularly negative about the 0-4 start, they were certainly itching for that first victory. Yeah. Once they got the first one, it was like, all right, they're building a little something here. Here we go. And then before you know it, the 7-game win streak is here. And then they've kind of settled in to this spot that they're at right now, +3, +4. Now they're +5, +6 on 500.
Yeah. No, you're spot on with that one. Winning streak at 5 right now, or 4?
Kings?
Yeah,
Four.
four.
Tonight, if they can get
5,
it done.
if they get this one tonight. And I think I saw something where the Kings, for the remainder of the season, put it with a grain of salt if you want to or whatever, but I think they got like the 4th softest schedule in the league.
Interesting.
Remember, they started the season. People were like, this start to the season is brutal. The NBA did them no favors. First 10 games, I remember I did that. 2-8. You know, I was like, they're gonna be 5-5. I think they were 4-6 in the first 10 games, but the first 10, 15, 20 games were rough, you know, with these playoff teams and a lot of back-to-backs. And the last time I saw, I think it was last week, they had the Kings as the 4th easiest schedule remaining. So
those games look a little different now.
They do.
Portland, the Clippers,
Phoenix. Oh, you mean the first
four?
The
first 4 look a little bit different now with Portland, the Clippers, the Warriors, and then there's that Memphis game before they got their first win against Miami and Charlotte, and then kind of they started to build after that, and then the 7-game the 7-game win streak was a little over a week away.
People were saying they weren't going to get any time to breathe until San Antonio on November 17th. That was what's this 1, 2, 3, I think 13 games into the season at that point.
Yeah.
And they found a way when they got to that 13 game mark. They found a way. They saved the season. They found a way to be 7-6. They started 0-4. They found a way to get to 7-6 after that Brooklyn game.
They're still, man, looking at this, just looking at W's and L's, they're still like, you have that 7-game win streak, then you lose 3, then you win 3, lose, win, and you got 2 losses, 2 wins, lose, win, 2 losses, 2 wins, lose, win, 2 losses, and that's where we are now. We're at the 4 straight wins.
Yeah.
But maybe my thought of consistency was a little bit off, but I guess if 2 wins, 2 losses is consistent, I guess that's what it is.
Well, but you can look at it like this, though. In the last 10 games, I think this is 10 games. It's 2, 3, 4, 6. Yeah, 4. 10 games. What's that? 7-3. That's what you want to see. You know, you take these things, and I don't know if this is the perfect, like, game 30 to game 40, but you look at 10-game increments, and you want to keep winning those, right? It's
for context, New Orleans is 4-6 in their last 10.
Last 10.
Then you got Memphis, who's won 10 straight.
Ooh, Memphis is cooking.
And Denver, who's 9-1 in their last 10.
The Clippers are 2-8 in their last 10.
Yeah,
they lost last night with everybody there except for John Wall. Man, is it gonna?
Did you see John Wall's interview, by the way? Did you see those clips going out on social media?
The one I did see,
he was burying everybody.
He did it with Theo Pinson, right?
Yeah.
The one I saw was why he didn't go to North Carolina.
Oh, I didn't even see that one.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that. I saw the one where he was talking about Russ and the trade to DC.
What he say about
that? Russ didn't. He said Russ texted him, "Hey, DC's trying to get me, but they said you don't want to leave." And I don't know. I couldn't. I was trying to figure out if they knew that the deal was Russell Westbrook for John Wall. And he was trying to tell them, I couldn't quite get what John Wall was trying to communicate with that. If he was like on Russ for that, or if he wanted out of Washington. He talked a little bit about the Bradley Beal stuff, but I didn't listen to the entire interview.
I'd like to see him speak, man. Every time, I've seen an article on him or an interview, he doesn't hold back.
Yeah, he doesn't have a filter.
Yeah, he doesn't hold back. The situation he talked about with North Carolina, because he's from North Carolina, that was his dream school, and he said, his mom had gotten sick, and he's like, man, yeah, I think I'm gonna stay home. He wanted to go to Kentucky, but his mom got sick. He's like, well, I'm gonna just stay home. He said, I can't go to NC State because that's too close to home. Like, I won't get anything done. So I want to go to North Carolina. Like, he goes there. And I think it was Raymond Felton. It was somebody else. It was one of the point guards there, and Tyler Hansborough was there. And he goes up to, as a recruit, he goes up to Tyler Hansborough and it's like, "Hey, how you doing?" And Tyler Hansborough was like, "I don't talk to effing recruits." It blew him off. And he said, "Well, I ain't going here." And that's how North Carolina lost out on John Wall.
How's Tyler Hansborough doing? Oh, my bad, Ron. Like, that's what you'll be synonymous with for the rest of your life. Getting your face bloodied and then backing down the way you did to Ron. Oh, my bad, Ron. I didn't mean for your elbow to run into my head like that. Why do people do that, man?
Who knows?
Don't treat people that way.
You want to hear full transparency? I'm all about it because I'll tell you when it's Barry Horwin's time. You want to hear one of my worst takes? I was like really like going for this when it happened with my homeboy Allen, but their final college seasons, I said Ben Hansborough at Notre Dame should have been Big East Player of the Year over Kemba Walker.
I think did you tweet that? I feel like someone dug that tweet up.
Might have.
I think someone should. Yeah, that's a horrible take. That's a horrible take.
Ben Hansborough, he was hooping that year, but
he was.
There's
but
no
Kemba,
way he should have been. Yeah,
Kemba was phenomenal.
That was a terrible take by me. Sorry, Kemba.
That's funny.
Kemba Wade. Mavericks Wade.
Yeah.
Did he get picked up by somebody else though?
I don't think so.
I thought maybe the notification was him getting Wade.
No, I think he's just out there. That's crazy. I like Kemba. I was a huge Kemba Walker fan when he was with Charlotte. I was like, this dude is he's the truth. And he was just briefly. And then
the knees,
dissipated
man.
Quick. It's tough.
The body, when the body fails you, it's tough, man.
I feel so bad for some of these guys who, like, we often just look at the, we analyze the game or statistics and how much money they make and things like that. And we forget, these dudes are playing a high impact sport 3-4 nights a week. And that's, if you're not doing so, $1.5 million on his body, if you're not doing that LeBron James like stuff or anything to that degree, then it's tough to stick around for a long time.
Would you it's funny you said, because I saw another clip from an interview JJ Redick was doing. He was on I forgot the name of it, but Quentin Richardson and Darius Miles. He was on their podcast and he was just talking about, like, one of the reasons I retired is because I couldn't go through the off season anymore, because he was like maniacal, right? Like he worked, he said 6 days a week and, all this other stuff. And it was very specific and it was, rigorous. And he said, I couldn't do the off season no more. It wasn't a season, but I knew how I had to get myself ready and I couldn't do that no more. That was one of the reasons why he retired.
I think that's one thing some athletes don't like evaluate for themselves is what works for them. Like, a lot of people admired Ray Allen and his pregame rituals, which involved him being at the stadium incredibly early, being at the arenas incredibly early, getting like 4 million shots up before the game even starts, right? And he'd be out there before anybody arrived. Like, it would always be Ray Allen. And that was just always like, just trumpeted as just like this amazing thing. And it was because it worked for him. But there were people who tried to replicate that. And it's like, yo, that doesn't work for you. Yeah. You don't need to do it that way. You need to maximize your energy in a different capacity. You need to take pieces of what veterans like Kobe Bryant or Ray Allen or Kevin Garnett, who had like an insane pregame ritual that just took place in the back. You take pieces of what they're doing and find what works for you. But so many guys try to replicate these things that they wind up doing more harm than good, or worst case scenario, they don't do any of it. Right. And then they wonder why after, when they're not 21, 2, 3, 4 anymore, their body's starting to break down. And then you wind up.
Well, what did you think about what Stan Van said? I know we talked about it off the air, but like, it is where something isn't adding up. Like, I don't think the science or anything is wrong, but something's not, I don't know what it is. It's not adding up.
Let's get to that. Let's do these two things first. last time Kings had multiple 5 or more game-winning streaks in a season, you'll never guess.
2000. It's not.
That's
6.
it. That's it.
It's
No, you
4.
had it. It's 2004, 2005.
Yeah.
Because 2006 wasn't a good year. So the 2006 references are done now. The last time it happened was 2004, 2005. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, and always here for you, like our man Pablo. Pablo,
Hey.
916-909-1320. What's happening, Pablo?
Hey, what's up, my guys? I'm so happy to be talking to y'all.
It's terrific to hear from you, my man.
It's glad to hear from you, man.
I never miss a show, but I haven't called in for a minute because number one, we started at lunchtime, so I'll be coming back from lunch, and so I don't want to miss something. So I rewind, and then you say call in, but I said, man, you might as well be in the future because I'm in the past, So I call in, you talk about something else. But anyway, I have so many thoughts, though. I probably won't get them all. But I thought about De'Aaron Fox, Harrison, King, and Deladova. And, number one, I think saw Fox and Fox and the Ox. His name escapes me for a minute, but on ESPN, it was a good show. Yeah. No, the thing about it is, he might make it a slight chance because Booker's, hurt. But so many guards, great guards in the West, I'd love for him to make it. Fox, that is.
Yeah.
And center. The thing about it is, if he doesn't make it, that might be the best thing to happen for the team, because the angry Fox for the second half and in the playoffs, man, he's going to be giving it to him. And you got to give Fox, you got to get him mad. When he gets mad, man, he plays so much better because he's aggressive. And that's what we need.
Appreciate you, Pablo, man. I don't think De'Aaron actually gets mad.
You don't think so?
Mm-mm. I think he plays with a certain.
Before this
year.
This year he's gotten mad.
So there's a game tonight, right? And that's the focus is the Los Angeles Lakers. But even I started bringing up the Oklahoma City Thunder game yesterday, and it's partly because of what OKC is doing, the fact that they're playing really well. There's another reason too, and it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
SGA.
Like SGA is making the All-Star game. There's no and deservedly so. Like he's playing phenomenal. And now you look at the way that the Thunder are playing, like you can't deny what he's doing.
Right.
I'm not saying De'Aaron's, going Michael Jordan on him with the iPad in his hand. But like I think De'Aaron is aware of that stuff. He's aware. De'Aaron was aware of the Lonzo Ball stuff.
Yes.
By the way, Lonzo Ball. Man. I
saw a video of him running on a treadmill this week.
Yeah, and I read a report today. They don't know if he's playing this year. So, but point being, I think De'Aaron was aware of that stuff. I think De'Aaron is aware of all of these Ja Morant, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander type things. And given the level of aggression,
ruthless aggression
that De'Aaron Fox is playing with this year, they're focused on the Lakers, but the second that buzzer goes off tonight, I wonder if he's thinking about that game on Friday, and particularly that matchup on Friday.
But see, in this, I'll say he don't do that enough for me. He don't do that enough. He does it sometimes. He doesn't do it enough.
Okay,
and that's just him. That's him.
Do you think because he's never acknowledged any of this. This is just our belief, and you can look at the way he plays in some of these games and go, man, he's motivated. He doesn't have those games enough for you in matchups like this.
Like he'll do. You would think maybe that was the case in the second Grizzlies game where he had 37, but then he comes out in the third Grizzlies game and he has 15 and just isn't really active. You know what I mean? And I don't know. One thing I will say is in the fourth quarter, we've seen that from him. He does have that in the fourth quarter this year. He's looking to go at people. and somebody got him on the offensive end, or bad call when we saw it against Atlanta. The call wasn't made on Sabonis or somebody scored. He come back, dunk on somebody's head. He did that in Utah. We see it in the fourth quarter a lot with him, but throughout the first 3 quarters against those guys, I don't feel like I see it enough for my liking. It's not that it never happens. It doesn't happen enough. I want him to go at these people.
Do you think it's happened more this season than in seasons past? Or do you think he's just playing with a higher level of, I don't know what the word is. I don't know that intensity is the right word, but maybe it is.
Relentlessness.
Maybe that's it. Like he made the remark early in the season about getting any shot he wants. And there are times during games where I feel like he's doing exactly that. He's reminding everyone of that. And then there's games like the Memphis game that you just referenced right there, where he didn't that night.
Yeah.
And there could be a variety of reasons. Like we haven't gone back to analyze the tape to see how they were defending him, or
his foot,
or there was that too. Yeah, there was that too.
You look at and this is, once again, this is just me. I know these guys really like each other. There's no beef between these two. But the Pacers game, they'd have to reel me in the Pacers game. Oh. They would have had to reel me in. Coach would have to sit me down in about 2 minutes and be like, all right, we need you to calm down and catch your breath.
Yeah.
And he didn't really do much of anything until like the third quarter. Remember, that's when he hit him with the dream shake and did all that.
But that's all right though, because I think that's part of his style, like the fourth quarter Fox, like that. I really do think part of, for better or worse, and I'm not saying it's one or the other, but for better or worse, I think part of De'Aaron's game is the old LeBron James line. LeBron says it for game 1 in a series. I think De'Aaron says it for first quarters. I'm just feeling this out. Just kind of getting a feel for what's out here on the floor.
Yeah. I mean, and that he's got that ability to be able to do that and then still finish with 25 or something like that. But it's like, well, damn, what if you didn't fill it out? What if you took control of this game from the jump? Like, what would that look like?
Well, that could also change the
could change
the fourth quarter.
Could change fourth quarter to the fact that he's not needed.
Could be.
And I understand.
Or he's gassed out and he's not around for it.
Yeah, maybe so. But maybe not. Maybe instead of 24, he's averaging 29.
De'Aaron finished that game with 19. That game, meaning the Pacers game, with 19 on 11 shots, 5 rebounds and 6 assists.
And compare that to like I think he got mad in the Toronto game.
There were 6 players in double digits in that game.
Oh,
so that's worth pointing out too.
There was no need for him to play really in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, 27 minutes.
Yeah,
27 minutes in that game.
But I do think he's done it more this year, as far as like just being aggressive, being relentless, just in general, like matchups aside. Like he said, no, I'm more times than not, I'm not here to be passive. I'm here to go to work. And I love seeing that. I think it's helped out his game tremendously this year. And it's helped out the Kings. They need that, De'Aaron Fox.
He's more willing to establish himself in games rather than facilitate or blend in, which has to be a difficult line for him to walk too, because of everything that Sabonis does.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the let's let Domas run this first quarter, because they'll collapse on him. They collapse on Domas. That allows it's literally what they were demonstrating on NBA Today yesterday on ESPN. And it's okay. Maybe Kevin Huerter can get going. Maybe Keegan Murray gets going.
Yeah.
Maybe Malik Monk's out there. Maybe Malik Monk's. Okay, everybody. All right, everybody in it. Flow. Good. Okay, I got the fourth. Y'all go ahead and let's get everything moving here. He'll pick and choose his spots. It's not like De'Aaron Fox is absent in the first quarter. That's ridiculous. But shoot, there's games, and we're starting to see him more regularly take the first shot of a game. We'll come back. you mentioned something about Stan Van Gundy. We were talking about injuries in the Stan Van Gundy tweet. If you didn't see it, we'll read it to you. The hilarious Kevin Durant response that Stan Van Gundy didn't quite understand. But the point in what Stan Van wrote is still really interesting to see. And he actually poses a question that you and I asked back here a couple of weeks ago. So we'll dive into that. Phone lines remain open for you, 916-909-1320. Nick Wagoner is going to join us in the 2 o'clock hour. James Ham will close things out here in the go-home hour of the show. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll dive into the 49ers and the Cowboys as well here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, I slept in today. Feel like it threw my whole day off.
Slept in what, 7?
7 o'clock, yeah. 6:40, which is a win. I'll take it. 93 sleep score, man. I'll take it.
You got a sleep number, bed?
No, my ring
your ring.
tracks my sleep.
Gotta love it.
It's amazing how it's really not hard, but some people make it out to be brain surgery. Is Aaron here? Did he ditch us again? I couldn't tell if his
I saw his
door was open or not.
I saw somebody was in his office earlier. Soren, KC is the kids coach. How do you feel about kids? I don't like it. I don't like it. Think it's excessive. But they do what they see on TV, and that's what it is. I don't like it though. They be doing too much of that at an early age, man. And it's funny, like they do that stuff. And it's just interesting how like these kids who are like really good right now, like 9, 10, 11, like where they end up being 5 years from now. Like, they may be cool, but they may stop growing, or other kids around them catch up with their skills, and like they holding on to their ranking at 10 years old. Like, what'd you do to get better? What did you do? What were you coached to do to like improve and understand the game? That don't really happen a whole lot. Understand how to lead. It's the other thing. They got kids that are talented, but they don't grow into an aspect of being able to help others around them. It's a whole deep dynamic.
I had this jacket arrive yesterday. I'm gonna wear Friday.
How you dressing?
It's different. It's out there. It's a little different.
How you dressing on Friday?
Normal. I mean game normal, but the jacket, it's not a blade. It's different. It's different. I don't know how to classify it, but I put it on. I was like, first of all, it's fucking big. Like, it's baggy. It's like, yo, like, why? But I put it on like, this will catch a little bit of heat, but this is bad.
Catch some heat. What?
It'll catch some heat. It's a little feminine. It's got it's dope though. It's dope.
No such thing in 2023.
It's dope.
Oh, this is a mess.
It's got a little bedazzle feature like your shirt does. I think I saw Butcher Boy's hoodie and was like, I got to get something bedazzled.
Okay, you're making that move. I was trying to be like, what could...
It's a little more extreme though.
I was like, what could be the issue there? I mean, that's not really an issue. I mean, you know, I had this hoodie that I got for Christmas a couple of years ago, and I wasn't really feeling it because it was kind of bedazzled. I wore it a couple of times. I like this damn hoodie. I like the fit on it.
I always love that shirt. I wish the why not was bigger. That's always a shirt I really liked.
Show Russ some love. I wish it wasn't bedazzled, but
that's what I like about it. Is the bedazzle.
I wish they would have found another way.
I mean, it's. I know it's different for. I bought mine, so it's a little bit different for us. But like I didn't call Michael Jordan and ask him to send me one to where I
didn't call Michael Jordan either.
I just it's like, oh, I like this shirt. I'm going to purchase it with a credit card.
I didn't call Michael Jordan either. You know.
Terrence, you know what
Kim gave me this nice pin today.
That's a really nice pin. I realized as I handed it to you, I walked off and walked back, and I took him out. You know, like I get it. That was a really nice pin.
Nice pin.
Thanks, Kim. I think the Kuzma sweater.
I'd wear that.
I think that's an off-white sweater.
Really?
I don't know that for sure. I was looking at man, what I don't know if it was Mr. Porter's or you know, some store.
Mm-hmm.
And I always click on Off-White to see what's on sale. And I saw a sweater. I was like, it wasn't pink, but the way the sweater was made,
yeah,
it was like, yo, is that the Kuzma joint? Was that an Off-White
I'm not even
Virgil Abloh that he was wearing that whole time?
I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'd wear the Kuzma sweater.
I don't think I could do the sleeve thing.
Hey, Damien, I did something last night, for the first time all year.
Okay.
Want to take a guess on what it is?
First time all year, fast food.
No.
Oh.
No.
I don't know.
No, sir. I have not given up fast food. Although I had
I thought you did.
No.
I thought you were working to eat better, and then you say for the first time in 18 days, I went to get fast food.
I mean, I don't eat fast food every day or nothing like that, but
I mean, you had your trail mix in here yesterday and everything.
I didn't even get a chance to make it today. I got to go to the vending machine at some point. But no, it's not that. Like, actually, I had a really nice home cooked meal yesterday. Jazz was able to make these ribs falling off the bone. It's crazy.
Wow, that's how they do it at the Caraway House. Just ribs on a Tuesday. My God, no need to wait for the weekend.
Ribs, green beans, and macaroni salad.
My God, she just made that all yesterday just for no reason?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That's some great stuff. Love when she cooks.
I'd love it too.
She also said that this week she's not giving us any likes.
Damn. Oh.
It's Cold War. Cold War. Yeah.
Wow. She's willing to sacrifice our YouTube algorithm to make her point about the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. She said no likes this week. But for the first time all year, I went and looked at 2023 mock drafts.
Okay. Oh.
And usually I would have been knee deep in mock drafts this year.
Not our problem this year.
Not our problem. But yeah, I was looking at some of the mock drafts, and they got these kids from all over the place getting drafted. A lot of the things that I see for the Kings are like from like 20 to 22 range.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy, right? Kings 20 to 22 range. And a couple of guys I didn't really notice, like who is this? Tankathon. They've got Kel Elware, center out of Oregon.
Okay.
Well, don't really know.
Can I stop you before you go any further?
Yeah, sure.
I don't care.
No,
it's
a big draft. You get somebody nice.
But I feel like I understand our brain is powered to normally start worrying about that this time of year. I ain't even thinking about that. I'm trying to think how many playoff series we gonna win.
Well, see, here's the other thing about it, though.
Will the beam ever burn out? Can it be lit too much? How often do they change the light bulbs? Can we just leave the beam on one time?
One time. Leave when they make the playoffs. Just leave it on.
Just leave it on.
Yeah. But see,
have we figured out what happens when we get the 12:30 ABC game and we beat someone to move on to the next round, and the beam has to be lit at 3:30 in May? Have we thought about that type of stuff? That's
We
where my
need to be.
that's where my concerns are, not the draft.
But the thing about it is the reason why I think about that is because I watch college basketball.
But by the way,
So I was watching college basketball.
can I
Is nice.
Can I hat tip you, by the way?
Huh.
I was Kenny Caraway yesterday. I couldn't believe this moment. I turned on the TV. I was like, watch this Kansas game. One, the game was phenomenal.
It was a great game.
Kansas actually found a way to blow it twice at the end of regulation, and
all their damn starters fouled out. I'd be hot if I was in Lawrence, Belo and JC and Lawrence, Kansas.
I don't even think they got shots off, though. Like, I get your guys fouled out. They couldn't even get shots off.
I don't know why they didn't get it to Jalen Wilson. That's what made me look at the mock draft. I was like, damn.
Where is he slotted, by the way?
Bro, he's like a second rounder.
The dude that scored all them points yesterday?
Like 38 last night. Like a second round. And then the other dude that got the game-winning alley-oop for Kansas State, I've seen him a couple times. He's not even on draft boards. Like, I'd take them in Sacramento.
I found myself screening with the Tennessee game that was on and was like, I'm okay. I'm Kenny Caraway now.
Go.
I'm sitting here watching.
Come on. You want me to like
– and I enjoyed it, by the way.
You want me to text you when I'm watching a SWAT game and like, hey.
No.
FAMU versus Southern.
We don't talk after 4 o'clock. Why would we start now? Like, let's not ruin a good thing.
There's only one thing we talk about after 4 o'clock.
That's true. We don't talk business. We don't talk sports after 4 o'clock. But that was a good call. That was a really good call.
The atmosphere was
like, I'm gonna watch this, and it was already. I mean, the game started when the show ended, so I had already missed a great deal of it. There was like 8 minutes left. I think it was tied at the time I turned it on. I was like, let's see what this is about. And entertaining as hell. I mean, college basketball can be maddening though, because it's college. Like, it's a step down from what we watch on a night-to-night basis in the NBA. And when guys can't execute final play possessions, no rooting interest at all. I'm like, y'all didn't get a shot off twice.
I remember there was not a debate, but just a conversation. It was Bill Simmons, and it was one of, oh man, I forgot who it was. One of the guys that comes on regularly. It's like a super deep thinker about all this stuff. It's not Malcolm Gladwell, because he used to have him on a lot, but there was another guy that it's actually like always a good conversation when he comes on. And he was always like, I don't understand people's infatuation with college sports. Like, you're volunteering all this time and energy to watch these kids who essentially aren't very good. Like, when you compare that to like I think his thing was, how can you watch college and then the pros so seamlessly? like you talk about last night, the point guard at Kansas was just horrific. And it's like, that's not good.
Yeah, it's not.
And then I'll seamlessly turn it to Sixers Clippers. Like, it's all good. Like, how can I go back to college? It's like, what's his argument?
There's a mental adjustment that takes place as soon as you change the channel to remind you that and it's different. Like, when you're watching, like for us, when we're watching Sac State, or if you went to
school,
Ohio State or Michigan or Florida. Yeah. Like
Kansas State.
When you wrap yourself up in a college that you didn't go to and you're just adamant about the wins and the losses, it's like, it's weird. Yeah.
Michigan.
It's weird. Well, I mean, yeah, like
I don't know why or how I do
I had to have that conversation with myself one day. Like, why are you it was during the Urban Meyer years. Why do you give a crap about Ohio State? Like, your best friend likes Ohio State. You don't have to like them.
And then
Urban Meyer quit, and I liked them. I was like, I'm back on board.
Then you got your boy Ryan Day.
Well, Ryan Day, Michigan's favorite coach. Like, I actually like Ryan Day significantly more than
I actually like him too, to be honest. I like him more than Urban and Tressel. I thought both of those two
Tressel
were a mess.
Was maddening.
Yeah.
Like, Kings fans would hate Jim Tressel. If Jim Tressel coached the Kings, he'd be like, let's figure out a way to slow this game down, and let's just keep the ball out of Domantas Sabonis' hands.
I didn't trust Tressel either. He seemed a little. I didn't like Tressel.
Never trust a guy in a sweater vest.
Oh, well, no, Ham doesn't wear sweater vest.
He wears full-on sweaters.
But the flip side to that was, and this was,
or if you do the sweater vest with no shirt, like our man Guru did. Remember when Guru rocked the sweater with no shirt under that? You could trust that guy.
A Guru, big Cowboys fan.
I know.
Him this week.
I know. We might have to get him in here on Friday.
But the flip side to that college argument, and this was like 10, 12, more than that. Jeez, this is probably like 15 years ago. So there was no ESPN Plus and all this other stuff. The argument was we would watch these kids on TV in a moment that they'll remember forever in their entire life. Like you watch the pros, they're like the Sixers and the Clippers, they're not going to remember this game next month, let alone for the rest of their life.
Yeah.
But you get, even last night though, last night was a good example. Those Kansas State, those kids who this is the pinnacle of their athletic career. Like most of them aren't going to play no more. This is one of the greatest moments of their life. And you get to witness it.
Yeah.
And that was like the other argument. But
and that's not always good.
It's not always good. Ohio State kicker.
Well, I don't put that. I'm not putting that on that kicker.
No, but you saw him not on the kicker, but you saw him in a rough moment.
Yeah.
Like that's uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah,
sometimes.
it sucks too because it wasn't his fault. It was his damn coach's fault. Players, this is not on you.
This is not on
you. The only guy who watches more college basketball than you, Ramsey. 916-909-1320. What's up, Ramsey?
Not too much. I was on that college basketball kick for a minute last night myself.
It was a good night.
Yeah, it was a good night. It was fun.
Yeah. Shout out to San Jose State for their jerseys they had on last night with the rep. If you saw them, you know what I'm talking about.
I missed it. I saw the game was on and I didn't turn on to it. I thought I saw you in the chat earlier say there was like a all access type broadcast or something.
Yeah, it was all access on FS1 where you got to hear both Rick Pitino's son from New Mexico, and Miles from San Jose State. Basically, you got to hear them talk the entire night during the game, and they went to no commercials, so they stayed throughout all the timeouts. And you got to listen in to both teams' timeouts.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Well, wait a minute. What was the jersey?
It had Smith and Carlos. It had Smith and Carlos on the front.
Oh, very nice. That's dope.
That's what's up.
Yeah, that's dope. That's a statue everybody should see.
Yeah.
That statue outside on that campus.
I got to see that. Phenomenal. And the pictures of it, it looks so I was listening to this. I forgot who it was. But some people don't like statues, right? They think they're creepy.
Okay.
That statue looks huge.
Oh, yeah.
Is it really that big?
No, it's big.
That kind of freaks me out how big.
Do you think it's going to come alive?
I don't know.
Oh. All right.
But I got to go see it because
it's
But I see the pictures. I'm like, why is it so big?
Kenny just has this phobia of statues now.
It's like dealing with a sophomore class.
I didn't even think about that.
Well,
come on, man.
Man.
Hey, Marcus, come on, man.
It is a large statue, Kenny.
Let me just talk about sports, man. Come on, Marcus.
Dr. Davis said there's a phobia about statues and mannequins.
I haven't heard the mannequins one, but I've heard the statues one. I don't think I have a phobia of statues. Like, I'm not afraid to go to that. I'm not afraid to go to that, to the statue at San Jose State. It just caught my eye. I was like, it's a big statue.
Yeah, it's dope.
Yeah.
Kings fan MDM says 0 days since no nonsense.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a solid Office reference right there.
Soren, come on, man. I mean, like, there's different angles. Zoran, the MLK.
Okay, wait.
There's different angles of it.
We're talking about the new one, not the
Boston.
monument.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's different angles that actually, it looks like a very nice statue.
It does.
The one that they unveiled, like I didn't like.
I didn't know what was happening at all in that picture.
I wish they would have unveiled the other side because it makes much more sense.
I wish someone had thought this through a
Well,
little
there's
bit
that.
further.
There's that. Like, it didn't have to be that.
Do you like the MLK? Have you ever seen the MLK Monument?
It's it's dope.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
Like it's
It is dope.
Yeah, that's impressive. Trying to figure out a clever way to segue.
Stan Van Gundy.
Stan Van Gundy loves MLK.
He does.
He is.
He does.
He is a leader for us all. He tweeted last night. There's a lot of great notes to this tweet. Primarily the exchange with him and Kevin Durant and Stan Van Gundy not necessarily being caught up on terminology in 2023, but his point shouldn't be lost. He tweeted, 90s NBA teams had just a trainer and strength coach. They practiced more often and harder, played more back-to-backs. Teams now have huge medical and, quote, performance staffs and value rest over practice, yet injuries and games missed are way up. Something's not working. Now, the fun note everybody loves to that is Kevin Durant replied to him, Stan spitting. And Stan Van Gundy said, no, I'm not criticizing players.
Poor Stan.
I'm saying that we are getting something wrong in how we prepare and train players. We can't do anything about injuries like yours. He fell on your leg. But all these groin, hamstring injuries shouldn't be happening as much as they are. And KD replied to Stan, Stan, I agree with you. And someone informed him that spitting means speaking facts. And he said, I had no idea.
I would say to Stan reply to that.
Phenomenal work from Stan Van Gundy right there. Getting past all of the fun haha. He's got a point. And we asked the question about the hamstrings earlier because it felt like every day we were getting an alert that someone was out for, they'll be reevaluated at a later period with the hamstring issue. And I think Stan's greater point is accurate. Like, what's off? And the first thing that comes to my mind, and I think you could speak on this far, far better than I could, is these guys, they play much more basketball now than they used to. And they play it, I think, at a significantly higher level than they did back then. Not, and I'm not, talking like, Michigan State and Indiana State and all of that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about these guys are playing in extremely competitive AAU tournaments at the age of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There are kids having surgeries at 14, 15, 16 years old. This is all before you even get to college. Some of the stuff is even before you get to high school. I got to believe that's part of it. Like that plays a factor in all of this because there's only so much. Like my man Albie Akani will tell you, like, quick, Ron Artest kid, who's a spitting image for him, came through Be Akani Fitness. Mike Bibby's kids did as well. And Al was very clear, especially with Ron's son, who was really young at the time. You're not lifting weights. That's not what you're here to do. Like, we'll work on the basketball floor, we'll work on some flexibility, but your body isn't developed enough to start doing some of this stuff.
Right.
Yet they're out there for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours on the hardwood playing this game with little to no recovery.
I don't know if there's like a scientific study about this. Maybe it's just a theory, but I think some of that also has to do with the what would you say, the specialization of sports, because you think back to when we were kids,
meaning the only sport you play.
We it wasn't the same. It wasn't like this controlled environment, but what we say all the time, we'd be outside all the time. We play on the worst surfaces every single day, every day. So it's not the act of being active. Like these kids are active and they're doing all that. I think it's the specialization of it all, where you're just focusing in on this one sport the entire time. And I think that wears you down. I think, and once again, I don't have a scientific study for this, but if you play multiple sports, use your body in different ways and learn different
surfaces,
just
movements.
different, and you're not locked into just grinding on this one way of being athletic, I think that'll help as well. And we don't have that anymore. Kids don't play multiple sports and all this other stuff. So I don't know. One thing that and you mentioned it as well, they do play. Stan said they played harder. I think he said they practice harder, which could be true. But I think the games are harder this year or in this era. Like every single game is this intense. Every game, every single game.
It's probably not that different to the conversation we have about football. Like when football was created, it was not created for the 6'6", 315-pound guy who can run a 4.2. That's just not what it was created for. That's not who was around then.
To be a missile.
Athletes.
It was just grab him and get him on the ground.
Athletes in the men who play that particular sport have evolved. It's without the severe violence that football offers, you could probably say the same thing about basketball. Basketball is more explosive now than it's ever been. It's faster now than it's ever been. Now, people are going to say it's not as physical as it's ever been because, I guess people long for the era where you can clothesline a player in midair.
But and I would also push back on that. It's a very physical game right now. It's a different way. It's not like you just said clothesline somebody in midair. I mean, hey, if you have an opportunity to, get to a game live and it's a physical game. Like they play very physical out there. There's a lot of, bumping and it's physical. It's physical. It's a different brand of basketball, but I don't think it's less physical today. I would even probably say it's more physical.
Kamara wants to get in on this conversation, 916-909-1320. What's up, Kamara?
Yeah, actually there was a study that was done like a couple of years ago, and they compared the Utah-Chicago Bulls series and how Utah was like the highest scoring team in the league at the time, at averaging 86 points a game. And it was something to that effect, and it just showed that the pace of the game was such at a level comparative to like now that you're having more possessions, definitely slowing the ball down. It's not as rigorous on the explosiveness of like players, the stop and start. So they talked about like how the rise of injuries would actually have increased exponentially because of the difference in the management of the game. And so like I got to find that study, but I thought it was really fascinating because then it showed like why our players are getting more injured and why rest time is more important. And it was like the doctor was like, well, of course rest time is more important now because the game requires a lot more possessions, And, I know it's kind of a bit nerd, but I'm like a nerd with like weird stuff like that.
No, that's good stuff. Thanks, Kamar. If you find that study, to throw it in the group text or on Twitter or something, so we could. In the group text. I want to remind you, Kamara is in Orlando and he wakes up as early as I do on Orlando time. So we could add you to the group text. Just don't be shocked. I mean, you trying to put Ryan Patrice down. You get roped into a conversation about, all-star voting or something. All right, you heard him, Kamara. Add him to the group text. Those are the rules.
The thing about what he said, though, that I didn't think about, like, there's so many more possessions. And they play so hard on every possession. Like, I'm just thinking back to what I learned growing up, watching the game. Help side defense. Like, nobody was, like, super intense about that. If you weren't there on the help side, all right, you weren't there on the help side. You were supposed to be there. Now, Twitter is going to, King's Film Room is going to break down how you weren't there the entire time.
Great account.
It is a great account. I don't mean that to disparage that. I love it.
And that video they put out yesterday was phenomenal.
Was some great
Just
stuff.
Incredible.
That was great stuff. But yeah, man, it's a more intense game, and there's because of social media, there's more of a spotlight on every single possession. There's programs that has every single possession.
We don't have access to
We don't
anymore.
have access. But
Coach changed the password on us.
but yeah, it's a lot. So then the question is, like, should they're getting more rest now, but more injuries are happening. Like, what's the solution? You even go back to, like, you go to something like football. I know we're talking basketball, but some people believe the lack of contact in practices and stuff like that are making the hamstrings and stuff more prevalent because their bodies and stuff aren't getting used to it.
It's not the same work.
Yeah. So I don't know, and I don't know how.
We'll come back. We'll talk a little bit more about this, and then we're talking basketball. We'll talk football. There's a big game this weekend.
There's a big game this weekend.
So we'll talk a little bit about the 49ers and the Cowboys and the divisional rounds coming up this weekend when Dylan and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh, man. No, JK, KJ. It's not Lakers gold. I mean, it's the same color, but has nothing to do with the Lakers. Shout out to Crescendo. Shout out to my man Tyrone. You know what I'm saying? Big ups to him.
Y'all can't see the purple on the back.
There's no purple on the back. I wouldn't have accepted the hat.
Lake Show.
I absolutely would not have accepted the hat.
No, Dr. David, that is not my jacket that you posted on Twitter.
What? Wait a minute. What is Nia Long is trending? I don't know. Is it just because of this? I mean, she looks unbelievable.
Nia.
Man, she looks gorgeous.
Did
that movie come out? Those People? Or is it coming out like this weekend or something?
It's called Those People?
Yeah, you hadn't seen it with I think Nia's in it. I think Eddie Murphy's in it.
I feel like 21st, 22nd, I think was the day. Y'all, and some of y'all need to leave my man alone.
Who's that?
Kenya.
What they say?
In that Kenya's movie?
Yeah, what they say?
Yeah, but it was killing him for making the same plot for every movie.
That's what they called him, the new Tyler Perry.
Y'all need to leave that man alone. That dude works on something. I'm going to watch it.
Absolutely.
Eddie Murphy and Nia Long in it. I'm going to watch it first day.
Oh, hell yeah. Lauren London in the house. Lauren back.
Stephen A. Smith apologizes for Rihanna Beyonce comment. I need to be more careful. This dude, man. Get your boy. That's your man. Get your guy.
Gordon Stanley, that's our network colleague right there.
Network colleague Stephen A. Smith.
You know who people were going crazy over on Friday? Couldn't get a word couldn't get a word in edgewise.
Who?
The guy Kevin John. I tried to talk to him. People were trying to take pictures, and they were all over Kev,
that's a
man.
superstar.
I know, man. They was all over him.
That's a superstar. That's why I hang around Matt George at the game. No one bothers him. I love Matt. Matt's my guy. Yeah, Kevin John is a superstar.
Anybody? Any?
Same, the same is true. And he tried to play low key like it's not true. It's Brandon Nunez.
Oh, HBK.
Walk around with Brandon Nunez. Hey, Brandon, load the podcast.
HBK.
I look over at Brandon. He was like, "Oh, that never happens." 10 feet later, it happens again. Like, all right, Brandon. Superstar Brandon Nunez.
This was You see the illustration? I'm about to retweet it. But with the little kid holding up the number one and they're lighting the beam and stuff like that. You'll see it in a second if I'm not blocked.
Unmute.
But I thought that was great. I love that that picture.
Oh yeah,
that was really cool.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Okay.
Sacramento Kings media team is just so fantastic.
They are bodying it this year.
They have done some great stuff here, and they were busy yesterday with Shemezi Metu.
I didn't know you went to Lawndale High School.
Getting honors, Domas and De'Aaron at the ESPN LA studios down there, and it's really just great stuff. That's regardless of what this team has been for the last decade, that team is elite. They are absolutely elite.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. Let's grab our man Mitch here. Mitch,
hey,
what's up, buddy?
Damon, Casey, how you guys doing?
We're good, man. What's going on out there, man? What's the weather like in Jersey, man?
It's not that bad. I take this winter anytime. It's 40. It'll kill you, Casey. Stay where you are. It will kill you. That's it. We'll have to carry out and stretch you. You'd be chilled to death.
I can handle it. I can handle it. I just don't want to live in the snow. Like, I don't want to be shoveling snow, and I don't want to do all that, but I can handle it. Just throw on a big coat.
What about Damon? Am I messed up his hairstyle?
Well, he's done it before.
Hey, one thing. Hey, Dave, one thing before. The last time I spoke to him, Timothy, I didn't say me too. I said me too. And it should be getting more players. But anyway, these 49ers, the Cowboys are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. They had a game to play, and they didn't show up against the Commanders. The running game is so deep, and they better not be holding Bosa like they did with Joey.
Oh, yeah, they always hold Nick Bosa.
Nick is going to have a great game. It's not going to be in a close game.
Okay.
He called a shot. Said it's not going to be a close game. Niners are going to win.
Just one quick. Forrest Gump came out in 1994. 1994. And Mitch is still using that reference.
It's like a box of chocolates.
Okay.
Are you a fan of Bubble Gumps? You go to Bubble Gumps?
I've never been there.
Never been there?
Mm-mm.
I like Bubble Gumps.
Bubble Gump is 5-star dining. It's fire.
It's good. It's actually really good. It's actually really good. Now that I think about it, 5-star dining might not be that far off. Bubble Gumps is good.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, it's like a restaurant. I always thought it was like not a fast food place, but like
it's a restaurant.
Quick food place. I just never went.
No, restaurant.
And now I would certainly, I don't think I'd ever go.
No. They might have something for you.
Some lettuce. Some mushrooms. Those mushrooms look good. Be careful who now I have to give pep talks to people who I go out to eat with. I have to explain to them, the process and why things are happening the way that they're happening. I have to give a full-on dissertation before eating with people. It's maddening.
Well,
you missed it.
Which
you missed
one is worse?
Oh, those mushrooms look good. That's far worse. The overly concerned guest at dinner is far worse. Far worse.
The best part is they asked that question about 8 times.
Yeah.
Those mushrooms look good.
I'll never forget that, man.
Oh, it's just terrible. Kenny Caraway's congratulatory dinner. Ain't had one since.
I was sitting next to Dan, and you could just see he's sitting there like, enough already, enough.
That was hilarious. That was because that's exactly what they did. Oh, well, they have some nice green beans here. I heard they're really good.
Ridiculous.
Oh, that's nice. They did that for you.
Oh, man. Anytime you want to come back to the dark side, anytime, you're more than welcome.
That's not the dark side. It's not. Shoot, dude, you were describing your dinner at home last night. I was thinking, man, That'd be.
Them ribs were.
I was
falling off the
also
bone.
promised something from someone in your family on Friday too.
Ooh,
And it's Wednesday.
that's a good point. It's her birthday on Saturday.
Well, see, now I can't ask her to do it. Now I can't ask her to make the lemon cake for her birthday. Now I got to get her a birthday gift, which she brought up on the same phone call.
Yeah. I do need that lemon cake too, though.
But you can't ask your mom to make it on her birthday. You can't do that.
There's like 3 days before her birthday.
So she's got plenty of time to make it in that case.
I was low-key stressed because when the Niners won on Saturday, I was like, bruh, Niners play this divisional round game on Saturday.
No.
I'll be like,
oh no,
I'll be like Crooklyn when he went to the Knicks game instead of
yep,
his dad's recital.
Yep, missed it. Sorry, Mom.
But shout out to the Giants. The Giants are really what made this happen. The New York Giants. They really made this happen by them winning. It guaranteed the Niners
the
win
Sunday game.
So everything's good.
And it'll be the Cowboys. And did you see those numbers that came out of the wild card weekend?
No, I didn't.
30 million plus for Monday Night Football.
Wow.
In a game that wasn't close, by the way. In a game that was not close at all. 30 million people tuned in to watch the Dallas Cowboys beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Man.
It's a traditional, it's a Sunday, This is going to be a monster.
What did they do last year? Did we ever see that number?
I'm sure we did. I don't remember at all what it
remember.
was, but I'm confident it was a huge number. The 49ers draw big numbers. The Dallas Cowboys draw huge numbers. And it's a Fox game, so it'll be be massive.
They got it pushed back a little bit from the traditional 1 o'clock start. It's gonna be 3:30. So here it is right here. Oh my gosh. Cowboys versus 49ers, the centerpiece of Super Wild Card Weekend and one of the weirdest games of the season, delivered an impressive number, 41.5 million viewers, the most watched wild card game in 7 years.
Wow.
41.5 million last year.
It's going to be something similar to that this year.
Jeez.
It'll probably be greater than that this year.
Hey, I had a question for you.
And shout out to the Sacramento Kings who do not play on Sunday.
Big ups to them. Big ups to them. I had a question for you and for everybody. 2 questions. Number 1 is the 49ers and Cowboys who are going to face each other for the 9th time in the postseason, which is tied for the most in NFL history with the Rams and the Cowboys.
Really?
Yeah. Rams and the Cowboys got 9 matchups in the playoffs, and the Niners and the Packers have 9 matchups in the playoffs.
I feel like they've played 9 times in the last 9 years.
Really,
but
they play every year. It's crazy. It's maddening, actually. But, I mean, we smack them up, so it's all good. Is this the best non-divisional rivalry in the NFL?
Oh, that's a good one. Off the top of my head,
what are the other ones?
I don't even know who would be close.
The other ones will be like Cowboys.
I was gonna. Really? I mean, okay.
I don't know if it still is, but I mean that was big in the 70s and 80s.
I mean, I don't think it's bigger, but 49ers Raiders.
See, I think 49ers Raiders is fans only, not only fans. Fans only.
You're having a day over there, man.
I think it's only for the fans.
I think Trista Crick was tweeting something about OnlyFans and Davion Mitchell's net rating a couple of days ago.
She did. That was funny. That was funny.
So that's not that players don't care about that.
I don't think they're as wrapped up in it as the fans are. Some people are saying Steelers Raiders. Darren, a Steelers fan, says Steelers Raiders.
Okay.
John Pohl says Raiders Steelers as well.
Okay.
I don't think that's bigger than 49ers Cowboys. I think that's a good one. I don't think it's bigger. 49ers Cowboys is no.
I honestly can't think of very many, to be completely honest with you. I mean, Raiders Steelers, like, oh, okay. I don't even know when that would have popped into my head, but like I'm with it. I mean, Cowboys 49ers seems like And 49ers Packers seems like a big one too.
49ers Packers is a big one. 49ers.
I'm trying to think, do the
Giants,
Packers have someone else given their
Cowboys
stature? Sure, there you go.
Cowboys.
Yeah, Packers and Cowboys.
I mean, these things.
It
all
feels like
center
it's
around
those teams.
those
Yeah.
teams. I mean, because for the lack of, I mean, they didn't
because
do it
that's
too
what the
much.
Raiders are. That's what the Steelers are. It's obviously
Yeah.
what the Packers, 49ers, and Cowboys
Yeah,
are.
you got to have these playoff matchups, man. And one of the things about I thought about this over the weekend when I saw the Final Four. I mean, Fox, my goodness, you really couldn't ask for anything better. And this is why I think the NFC is a little more intriguing because of the markets that you have in the NFC. The Fox is going to have New York, Philadelphia, the Cowboys, and the 49ers. I think Austin or Dallas Fort Worth.
Well, yeah,
is
you
like
get Dallas Fort Worth,
7.
and you get the Bay Area.
Yeah,
Like,
those are, they've got 4 of the top 10 markets in the country this weekend. Whereas the poor AFC, while the games are competitive, you're talking Kansas City, Jacksonville, Buffalo, and Cincinnati.
Yeah.
I think that has a lot to do with it. But I think the Cowboys.
Buffalo's in New York, yeah, but it's upstate New York, so it doesn't really count. It's like they've eliminated a whole part of this. It's too high. It's upstate. It doesn't count.
Damn, can I?
Uh-oh. What?
I ain't gonna do it.
No, you can't do that.
I'm not gonna do it.
You can't do that.
Yeah, how you gonna look back at me? Like,
what do you look at Jesse for?
I'm not because I don't even believe this. I'm just telling you what people say.
What do people say?
I don't
Okay,
believe
Kenny.
this.
What do people say?
It's like when people talk about Sacramento and California. I don't believe that.
That's not what people say about Sacramento.
That's
what they say about Fresno. It's not what they say about Sacramento.
What they say about Bakersfield.
It's what we don't even acknowledge Bakersfield. Bakersfield, it's just like Bakersfield State. It's not even part of California.
Yeah, man, they're dead wrong. Sacramento is the best place to live in California.
I've heard that.
It's a damn fact. Well, not fact, but Forbes said it.
Well, Forbes said it. It's a fact.
There you go. It's a fact. But yeah, I think Buffalo is really like, yeah, it's New York-ish.
You really do hate Sacramento.
Absolutely not. Okay, Lake Show. I thought we got rid of that.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're live on Facebook Live as well, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Coming up this hour, Nick Wagoner will be with us. He's wrapping up some responsibilities for ESPN television. He'll join us right around 2:45. We'll go straight from Nick to James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider, who will get us ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Los Angeles Lakers tonight in Southern California.
Real quick on the football tip, can I ask my 49ers people a question? In the chat. You can call in if you want to, you know what I mean, and answer the question. Who's the 49ers' biggest rivalry? I got some options for you. The Cowboys, the Seahawks, the Rams, the Packers, the Raiders. Matter of fact, rank them. That's what I would say. I'll start. I think it's the Raiders because I think that's just fans. I don't think the players.
I disagree with that right out the gate.
Okay. Raiders are 5.
Oh, Raiders are. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. You're going 5 to 1. Okay, I got you.
Raiders are 5.
Got you.
I think I would put the Packers at 4.
Okay.
It's crazy. At the beginning of the season, I would have put Rams at 2, but I'm gonna stay with it. I'm gonna say Seahawks 3, Rams 2, Cowboys 1.
Okay. I probably wrong with that. I would have definitely have put the Cowboys number 1. It's amazing. That was only I guess it's not given the history. Was it the second or third preseason game between the Seahawks and the 49ers?
Postseason game.
Postseason game,
yeah, second.
It was the second one?
Yeah.
Not quite as memorable as the first.
This was much more
better
enjoyable.
outcome. Sure.
Much more enjoyable.
Sure. Better outcome.
So the funny thing is Ramsey is saying Seattle. Ramsey, this is for Niners fans. I don't know what the hell you're talking about here. See your way out of this. But either Tyler Jennings says Seahawks. I was listening to our guys on Locked On. They asked the same question, and
Seahawks,
they kind of broke it down to your answer depends on if you were born in before 1988 or after 1988. If you were born before 1988,
and
you're probably saying the Cowboys.
And you could properly consume those Cowboys games of the mid-90s.
You're probably saying the Cowboys.
It feels like
after 88, you probably say the Seahawks.
And obviously this is also it can be true for Seattle or Los Angeles, but it feels like every time the Cowboys and 49ers play, it's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really, really big deal.
Yeah, the stakes.
And given, I mean, like it or not, the Cowboys are what they are, and they are loved and hated, which adds to the it adds to the luster of them.
I'm anxious.
They're loved and hated across. No one is indifferent about the Dallas Cowboys.
No.
You love them or you hate them, and that adds to all of this.
I'm anxious to see what the stadium is going to look like. You know, the Niners. Niners. They've done the Niner fans, whatever. They've done a really good job in these since 2019 of like people don't like come and take over the stadium or nothing like that. You know, the Niners fans, whether it's the season ticket holders or however it's going down, they don't really allow like what Niners fans do in other stadiums to happen in Levi's. But they've never played the Cowboys in a playoff situation at Levi's. So I'm anxious to see what that looks like because there was a lot of Cowboy fans at that Buccaneers game. There was a lot. I remember when on the touchdowns, you'd see him and you'd hear him.
Yeah.
So I know they're going to be in there. I mean, that's just the nature of sports in 2023. But, you know, what's it going to look like? It's going to be more red, more blue? I don't know.
Alfonso goes with Seahawks, Rams, Packers, Cowboys, Giants.
Giants is that they might be an honorable mention. The Giants.
I can't tell I'm trying to grasp for how old Alfonso is in this picture, and I can't do it because I feel like the Giants is an old school cut.
It is a little bit, but what happened in 2011 really made people upset. And the Giants really upset me. You've heard me talk about this before. They don't deserve any of their Super Bowls. It's so disgusting that they have 4. It is disgusting. Not one time were they ever considered the best team in football when they won the Super Bowl.
Well, no, that's not always how the Super Bowl works, though.
I don't even know if they had a home game in any of their Super Bowl runs.
Not the recent ones. I don't know about the Parcells ones, but I know
it's nasty. They've got 4 of them. For that to happen once or twice.
Parcells have 2?
He's got 2. No, he might have 1. 90, and then they went in like 87 or something like that.
That's the one I was
90 for sure. The wide right game for
2.
sure.
They got 2.
But yeah, man. I mean, it'd be one thing if you had like 1 or 2. Like, all right, these was 4-time Super Bowl champion. You guys, I'm disgusted.
Why are you getting worked up about the Giants?
Well, because I don't like the Giants. Alfonso is on to something. I don't like the Giants.
Well, you want to amend your list then?
Nah, because I think the Raiders are a bigger rival. All those teams are a bigger rival than the Giants. But honorable mention.
We'll make a top 6.
Yeah,
top 6 list. That way you can fit Tyrese Halliburton into it.
We could do
our top 21 players in the NBA. Number 21, Tyrese Halliburton.
Well, I think it was you guys. You guys are the bomb. Top 7 at 7.
Yeah, I think that was literally every radio station on the planet. We might have been hot 8 at 8.
Hot 8 at 8.
Yeah. So if the bomb did the top 7 at 7, we did the hot 8 at 8.
Hot 8 at 8. Yeah.
Lots of creativity flowing through the juices of the rhythmic CHR programmers back in the day. Tony Takate's hot 8 at 8. The hot 8 at 8, which this is almost like, kids cover your ears. They just made it up. What's the time? It had nothing to do with request.
Well, the funny thing
doesn't matter how many times you called for Confessions Part 2. Like, it was whatever the biggest song in the country that was going to be the number one record.
Those things would not change for like
of course
2
they
and a
wouldn't.
half weeks.
No, they wouldn't.
I remember one summer it was If I Ruled the World, and we used to almost time it up. My auntie Cindy, she took me to swimming lessons with her kids, and every time we'd get out at like 7, and we'd hear on the drive home, we'd hear the 7, and like the entire time for swimming lessons, it was If I Ruled the World, number 1.
Yes,
that was a major song.
If you went to our guy Squints and said, "Hey, what are the 4 or 5 power records?" and he told you, you could get in the car and you turn on your spaceship and tell Reese, "Hey Reese, I bet The Weeknd is on." Turn the spaceship on, and you have a pretty good chance, based on the clock.
Yeah.
You do it at the top of the hour, doing it at certain times, you'd have a pretty good chance of being right.
Based on the clock, I could guarantee I'd either hear one of, if not all 3, Post Malone, Doja Cat, or The Weeknd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why don't you see how the sausage is made? Boy, I used to think, man, why can't we play music like the Bay Area? Like they got their, and then I realized they was doing the same thing, just with different records.
Right.
They was same exact thing. They're probably even the I don't know what they call them now. The golds, like the Thuggish Ruggish Bones, One More Chances. It's the same ones. They're just, those are rotated like you might hear that once every couple days versus.
Did you ever try to play one of those? Like, and did they say, "The hell are you doing?"
When the boss was out of town, yeah. Yeah, you try. I remember
you couldn't stream back then, so if he was gone, he was gone.
No, see, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Until I got hip to, there's a line that he could call and hear the station.
Just be on the line.
And just hear it. Yeah, no one has to pick up. It's nothing like that. It's just the number he calls, and it immediately picks up and it starts playing the station.
The first streaming station.
So while Mixula was trying to be funny and was playing Guy, Let's Chill on a Saturday night.
Mixula. Shout out.
Yeah.
I ain't heard that name in a while.
You play a part in the Mixula. Yes, indeed. Yeah, man. You try to cut them corners. He always finds out. Because if he ain't listening, he's got somebody listening. Every single time.
Yeah. I don't know if we came to a consensus here.
I go Cowboys 1, and I do think the Packers are in there. So for me, I don't, like, you could do whatever you want to with the Raiders or the Giants, but yeah, I think.
What do you think about the Rams?
Yeah, I put them.
Are the Rams
third.
higher than the Seahawks?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I think you sold me on that.
At the beginning of the season, I was saying Rams.
No, I don't think you were.
I said
we had a whole.
I said that was the best rivalry in football. Rams 49ers. They have real heat. Kind of still do. Aaron Donald don't like the 49ers. Debo don't like Aaron Donald. Jimmy Ward don't like. The Rams just didn't hold up their end of the bargain. Sean McVay, who's back, by the way, said he's back. Sean McVay is back. Kyle Shanahan. But yeah, I don't know.
I like that. I just like the fact that Kyle Shanahan can slap Sean McVay around for a couple of games a year.
Let's do it again.
It's tough because they lost the one, and it was an important one.
Damn.
But it's the only one.
Damn.
Like, what is the record? It's regular season. How many straight is it? Is it 8?
I think it's 8. And beat the man in 4 years in the regular season.
You know that scene in the bar that everyone they put like whatever video they want to on the screen, and like everyone goes nuts and alcohol stuff. Yeah. I feel like that was the Schefter Sean McVay is staying in Los Angeles tweet. And some bar in San Francisco, you put that tweet up and everyone throws their bottles in the air and goes nuts.
I was just about to say, who's doing that in LA? But yes, in San Francisco.
No, everyone's doing it in San Francisco. Like, 49er fans are like, our guy, Sean McVay, is back.
Let's go.
Sean McVay's not the only coach who's back. And boy,
well, I guess I'm happy. I don't know.
When this dude starts realizing his little off-season excursions are screwing up his recruiting classes, he might be better off. We'll come back. We'll mention that story. You already know what it is, and we'll dive back into there's actually some other coaching notes we want to talk about as well, and then we'll dive back into the Kings game. Nick Wagoner is going to be with us here in about 30 minutes. James Ham coming up at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. 2:13 already.
Let's get here. 13th round.
Oh, I forgot. Covering the game for us tonight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I like that. Let's see. Oops, not that. Yes. 13th round. Oh, no. Don't go yet, Jesse. Don't go yet, Jesse. Don't go yet, Jesse. All right. 13th round. With your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Big ups to my people over there. Shout out to Ryan. Shout out to the plug, Jovan. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Why not? Doing what they do, supporting. Shout out to my man over at Crescendo. You know what I mean? My man Tyrone, a.k.a. Klay Thompson. Big ups to him. And shout out to my man, Donnie Dope Ones. The Dope Ones. Make sure you go check out everything that they got going on over there. This was an interesting one, as reports came out earlier today that Edgar Berlanga and Top Rank have decided to mutually separate. And this caught my eye because it was like 16 months ago where ESPN and Top Rank was headlining Berlanga's matches, saying he's must-see TV. He had like his first 13 fights. He had first-round knockouts, and they were calling him the next Mike Tyson and all this other stuff. And what happened was he actually went into the second round with somebody, and it was like, I guess he's not that invincible. Guess he's not that good. I think he still has an undefeated record, I believe. I should have looked this up. But even if he doesn't, it's one loss. He probably should have had like 2 losses at this point. But he still has an undefeated record, but the writing is on the wall that he's not that good of a boxer as he stepped up in competition. At least not right now. He's got a lot of work to do. But it was just interesting to see Top Rank, after they invested so much in this guy, just kind of walk away from him, you know, and not help out his career, not help out with matchmaking and reset things and things of that nature. And this is something that Top Rank does often. They hype guys up, you know, with certain type of matchmaking, putting them against guys that aren't very good and kind of boosting them up and headlining them and saying they're must-see TV. And when they get in the ring with somebody that's the real deal, they get embarrassed. They lose. And Top Rank just kind of throws them to the side. So it happens again. We'll see what happens with Berlanga. My thought is he probably goes to the Zone and Eddie Hearn or something like that. We'll see if he can get his career back on track. Good luck to him. That's the 13th round. It's that time of day where it is gotten chilly in here.
You see your boys got the contract?
He finally put down the and checked his email probably. Somebody said it perfectly. He did that all for clout, bro. Like, there was no need for all that. It was so unnecessary for him to do all that. So unnecessary. No, Jay Hardaway, I did not see what Tim Bradley had to say. Tim Bradley, he's suspect. He really is. He's suspect. Sometimes I enjoy his insight to the sport. Sometimes he's just a shill and a company man, and he says some wild stuff. I think Keith Thurman is a hell of a fighter. I think he's underrated as a fighter, to be honest with you, at this point in his career. But I don't know about his chin. I don't think he holds up to anything that Spence brings to the table. And one time is gone. You don't have that type of punching power no more, man. One time is gone, and he's not going to hurt Spence. Mo Money, I actually agree with you. I think Spence is going to hurt Keith Thurman. And I like Keith Thurman, but I think Spence is going to do what he did to Ugas.
How many losses does Thurman have? Just one?
He's only got one.
See, that's crazy to me because I feel like he's always getting his ass beat in the fights.
He only got one loss. And if it wasn't for the knockdowns, or actually he only got one knockdown, he got hurt real bad in another round. He had come back in that Manny Pacquiao fight. He had evened the fight up with like 3 rounds to go. Jay Starr, what up, man? Jay Paul, see, this where you're a young dude. Rams Niners go back to the 80s. Go back to the 80s, and it just got rejuvenated when they came back to LA. But that was the one for a long time. Rams Niners. Oh, well, let's ask him. I'll ask him when the show starts. You know, they'll be more locked in. It's that time of day.
I was wondering what you meant. It's that time of day, and then I could, looking down, responding to this email, I could just hear you putting on your jacket.
Chilly. It's chilly out here.
It always gets colder in here around 2:00. The temperature literally does not change.
I don't know why
It
that
does not
happens.
change, but it always feels colder in here.
It ends up feeling like when you go into the produce section at Costco.
Oh, well, I ain't been to Costco, but I think the produce section in any grocery store is.
Bruh.
It's like, what the hell?
At Costco, they put you in a meat freezer to go get your food.
Well, how bad you want to eat?
Man, come on, man.
How
That's
bad
too
you wanna
much,
eat?
man. That's too much. Real quick, the streets wanted to know, like,
Mhm.
what were your thoughts on Edgar Berlanga not being with Top Rank anymore?
I think it's fine. I think it's
They
fine.
get a pop out of me every time.
I think it's fine. He'll Top Rank. I don't know about Top Rank.
I agree.
Yeah, they be acting funny.
Oh, what happened with my headphones?
Yeah, you're having a tough. Well, that's what you get for wearing the Laker hat that everybody was pointing out
Don't
today.
have a Laker hat.
Everybody has noticed that just so happens on the day the Kings are in Los Angeles, Kenny wears his friends.
Hey, shout out to
Laker
my man.
gold hat.
Shout out to my man Tyrone, man. Crescendo Clothing, man.
While we're talking about what you're wearing and your friends, you mind turning down your watch a little bit? Because every time it hits the light, it hits that window and it comes flying back at me.
I've been conscious or aware of this since we came into the studios. It happens all the time.
I mean, those aren't problems all of us have to deal with. But when you have, Rolexes on that you've got to.
This isn't a Rolex. This is a very nice watch. Shout out to my people in
It is a very nice watch.
My man Ryan. He's a good dude. Yeah.
Turn it down a little bit. We had alluded to this right before the break. Your boy Harbaugh is back at Michigan.
I mean, I guess I'm happy.
Yo,
Here's
he has to stop doing this, dog.
But he's not going
That's
to.
not what
He's
this-
got to
like,
go. Like,
this
part of me is like, you got to go because you're going to do this again next year.
This is college. What Michigan's got like the 17th best recruiting class. 17th? Why do you think that is? Because this dude does this every single year. And I'll be honest, I didn't think he was coming back this time. I thought he was really going to the NFL this time.
I thought he was gone.
But he does this every offseason, and you wonder, like, you're looking around like, how comes Michigan's not landing the big recruits? This is why Michigan isn't landing the big recruits. Your boy's he's a hell of a football coach. Man, I don't know if it's his ego. I don't know what it is, but this is silly. This is silly.
I don't know why he does this and why he goes about it this way.
I don't need it.
Like, I'd much rather him, like, at this point, that's what I said, like, much rather him just go. Because you can't keep doing this every year.
Well, at some point, like that 17th ranked recruiting class is going to become the 25th ranked recruiting class. And then it's going to become the 20. And then all of a sudden, you're not going to be able to. Well, there are other ways that you can keep up now in college sports, but no one's going to want to go to a school that they don't believe the coach is going to be there.
Right.
And this isn't one and dones.
Right.
Like, you've got to be there for 3 years. If I don't think the coach is going to be there for 3 years, I sure as hell ain't going to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
You gonna come into my living room and lie to my mama's face? I ain't going there.
I'll have somebody else do
it. Yes, that's right. Because ultimately somebody's lying to me, and it's the way the game is.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no defense for this. I don't know why he continues to do this.
Oh, neither. Sounds like Sean Payton will get his pick of the job he wants. He's interviewed everywhere. Like, every day a tweet's going out about the Broncos, the Colts, the Panthers have all completed their interview process with Sean Payton.
What do you think? What do you think is the best job?
I've been trying to figure that out. I was certain it was going to be Los Angeles, the Chargers, but apparently not. As Brandon Staley and the general manager spoke today. I don't know. Because Carolina showed some fight after the changes.
If you can get your quarterback in there.
The Colts' talent is aging, or maybe aged.
Yeah, Colts isn't a good job. What's the other one? Arizona. You don't know what you're doing with Kyler.
Is it Las Vegas? Oh, Las Josh McDaniels didn't give Josh McDaniels go. Yeah, the quarterback's gone.
Not the coach.
Yeah, not the coach.
Denver.
And that'll be debated for a while. So, okay, here's my question. So take your 49er hat off, not your Laker hat off. You can leave your Laker hat on.
I don't own a Laker hat.
Take your 49er hat off for a minute. Is what we saw this season, is that really Russell Wilson?
Not to that extent. Like, when I talked about, him being washed, or not,
you didn't say he was washed. You said he was declining.
He looked washed this year. I didn't say he was washed. I thought he'd be declining. I didn't expect this. I think that was more of the coaching. At the end of the day, I kind of, you were saying it from day one. You're like, yo, this coach don't know what he's doing. And I was like, nah, man, like, Russell also. But the 2 games they played without him look back to normal to a certain degree. So I think there's still something there with Russ. They still have a top line defense. They got some playmakers on the offensive end. I think that might be the best job right now.
Okay. I think so too.
I think that might be the best.
That's
job.
certainly the most stable quarterback. Oh, I mean, I guess some would argue it was stable. I think most people, I think there are concerns about Russell Wilson, but I think most people feel the way that you do, which is also the way that I feel, that the big issue was Nathaniel Hackett. I still think Russ should have been able to overcome some of that.
Yeah,
because it felt like he was literally able to overcome none of it,
right,
which means there's probably
6 points.
Right, there's some credence to a decline a little bit in Russell Wilson. It shouldn't have been that steep.
No.
Even at that, he's still the most stable at that position, which ultimately makes it the best job available.
I was listening to the Morning Roast this morning. Shout out Bonte and Butch. They had a guy from Dallas on, and real quick, they had gotten on a question about Sean Payton. Actually, they were like, "Is McCarthy safe now, or is Sean Payton looming?" And the guy was like, "McCarthy's safe, probably. Like, probably." He's safe, but he was saying that the Sean Payton to the Cowboys thing, he would be floored if it ever happened, because, like you've mentioned a couple times, Steven is really running the show. Steven is running the day-to-day. Jerry's still out there because he's got an ego and he still owns the team. But
his radio show,
yeah,
and he's still the general manager.
Yeah,
his title is still the general manager.
Yeah, but as far as like day-to-day stuff, that's Steven.
Yeah.
And they were like, Steven would never bring back Sean Payton or bring Sean Payton in.
Interesting.
Because I think he was just talking about how, like, Sean Payton wants control over the personnel, and a lot of control, and Steven would never, ever.
And the thing, I mean, and it's probably why it didn't last long. They gave Parcells. They didn't call him the general manager. They gave Parcells a lot of control.
Yeah,
but yeah, I don't know if Sean Payton would want the title or just the. I mean, Kyle doesn't have the title,
right?
But
we all know.
Yeah, like everything goes through him. Interesting, and I don't know how you'd fire Mike McCarthy at this point.
Nah.
I thought if they lost last week,
yeah,
that's your one and only window to get rid of. Like, you can't fire Mike McCarthy for losing in the divisional round, unless they come out scared again. Because if they come out, I got questions.
There's no way you fire him if you lose this game.
I got questions about these players if they come out scared to play the 49ers again.
You know,
2 years in a row, come out shaking in your boots.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
I don't think it's going to.
I think they're going to be a little too amped up. Kyle going to have their heads spinning. They're going to be so focused on not being bullied that they're not going to be as.
So I think I think a lot of different things can happen. I think the Cowboys are going to be as focused as we've seen them probably in years for this game. I'm not confident it's going to matter though.
That's what I say about this game.
I can't wrap my brain around the Skip Bayless, Tony Pollard remark. Like, Christian McCaffrey is such a phenomenal football player, and he's such a difference maker. Every time I come up with reasons I think the Cowboys could win this, I'm just drawn back to the supreme talent that the San Francisco 49ers have.
I think the Cowboys are a good team. I think they're a really good team. I don't think they're better than the 49ers. And when I look at that, if the game is clean, I don't think they can beat it. I think they've got to turn them over a couple of times, create some situations with field position and starting field position and things of that nature, short fields. I just think the Niners right now are better. I don't think the personnel, especially on the defensive end for the Cowboys, I don't think it's good enough to stop what the 49ers are trying to do on the offensive end. And I think the 49ers personnel on the defense is good enough to stop, or at the very least, slow down Dallas. I think Dallas is a year away from like really being able to compete against the Niners.
There's 4 teams left in the conference, and obviously they can prove this theory wrong this weekend. But if we did a mini power rankings handed into the divisional round focused on the NFC, it's the 49ers, Cowboys, then the Philadelphia Eagles, and the New York Giants.
That's what
I think the Philadelphia Eagles are really good.
Yeah.
I'm actually a little more excited to watch that game than I thought I would be, because I really want to see, one, is what New York doing real, and they've already won a playoff game, so it is. And 2, how ready is Jalen? Like, it's like it, and not just health wise.
Yeah.
But remember, this was a quarterback. I thought at the beginning of the year, they're going to wait for him to fail. And the first sniff at failure they get, they're going to throw his ass out. And he never gave him the whiff.
I didn't believe in him coming into the season. I thought he was bad in that Buccaneers game in the playoffs last year. And I was like, I don't know if you can win with this guy. And he balled out this year. Absolutely balled out. So, yeah, I want to see if he's healthy. And now him getting another opportunity in the playoffs, what that's going to look like. Did you happen to see, it was kind of lengthy. I was actually surprised I watched it, but did you see that clip that was on Twitter about it was the NFL Live crew?
Yeah, Kyle posted it.
He did? Oh, okay. Did you watch the whole thing? That was really good.
Kyle's not blocked.
Did you that was really good.
Yeah,
like,
no, it was great.
That
was
great stuff. And I was sitting there like enthralled in what they were talking about.
Yeah, it was really good. I actually because Twitter is really stupid on your phone now, I saw it this morning, and because I hadn't swiped over to like current text that had popped up from, I don't know if it was from yesterday or early this morning or whatever it was, but I saw Kyle had tweeted it, and yeah, I was the same as you. I just sat there watching the entire thing, listening to them break this down. It's really good. I just retweeted Kyle's tweet so you could see it if you haven't. It's really good stuff from Dan Orlowski.
And I don't want to mess her name up. Mina Kimes?
Mina Kimes, yeah.
Mina Kimes. I always want to say call it something else, but Mina Kimes, she quote tweeted that, and she was like, the Niners 21 personnel is the death lineup of the NFL.
Oh, that's tremendous. That is tremendous.
Because I mean, I couldn't understand what they were talking about, but some of the stuff, like, they went super deep into football. But it's like, if nobody has McCaffrey and Debo. That's what it kind of came down to. And nobody has Juszczyk.
Mhm.
So when you look at that personnel and say, okay, well, we've got the corners to cover Debo and Ayuk and McCaffrey, but what if they run? Now they've got the fullback.
It's too many
that's
weapons,
out there.
man.
Like, it's a lot. It's a lot.
It's so many weapons.
It is a lot. So we'll see. We'll see.
That's the offensive end.
Yeah.
That's
Like, we just forget. Like, we kind of, like, people kind of act like the defense, because they had a bad quarter. It's like, oh, they've got holes. Well, okay. Believe that if you want to.
Yeah.
Believe that you're still talking about the best defense left in the playoffs in the NFL.
I think it's the NFL. Yeah, speaking of stuff on Twitter, we'll talk to. I'm excited to talk to Nick Wagoner about some of this 49er stuff. Did you happen to see this video that I'm gonna put here on the screen? Did you see this one? This is one of the funniest videos I have ever seen in my entire life. So my sincerest apologies for the radio audience, because I'm going to play this. There's no sound to it. It's this young lady at the Lakers Rockets game looking at LeBron James like she just knows this is her moment. There's an even better one that my man DJ Abs posted on his Instagram feed. That's even better than that one, because it comes out of a commercial break.
Oh, geez.
And he looks that way, and she kind of does that thing, and he looks right past her and is looking past at a teammate. It's a top 5 internet video.
Crazy.
That's a top 5 internet video right there.
I saw that. I was like, man, she was trying to Jedi.
She's like this. She knew this is my moment.
She's like, I'm gonna get into his brain right now and Jedi mind trick him to look over here, because it's time.
Like Rob said, old girl's trying to will it into existence. That ain't no lie. If we all had the determination that young lady had in that moment,
that was akin to the lady, remember in 2015, 16, it was Steph Curry.
Oh, I remember the Steph Curry video. Yeah, I remember the Steph Curry video.
That was a trip.
That was an all-timer.
That was a trip.
That was an all-timer. We mentioned Sean McVay or Sean Payton, excuse me. And Sean Payton, obviously. We did. Who's back? These are both, Sean Payton clearly back in the NFL. It's just, what job is he going to take? It's interesting to see what coaches get second shots and which ones don't. And some coaches get third shots. That doesn't happen too often, but it does. Is Anthony Lynn going to get another shot? Anthony Lynn finished with the Chargers at 33-31. He's with the San Francisco 49ers right now. That's got to carry weight somehow. Is Anthony Lynn getting another shot? Like, he was eviscerated his last. I mean, I think they were 7-9. You would have thought they were 3. Like, Jeff Saturday was praised more than Anthony Lynn was his final year.
Yeah.
But he's with the San Francisco 49ers right now. And I keep to the best of my knowledge, he hasn't gotten called for any interviews.
No. I mean, I'm trying to find.
I mean, in history says, stick around San Francisco long enough, you will. But like, Anthony Lynn's
Kyle
really
will
just
get you
done.
there.
Yeah, Kyle will get you there. Kyle's gonna get you to the promised land.
We shall overcome.
Okay. Man, what'd you call Kyle Shanahan King?
Kyle Luther Shanahan.
Kyle Luther Shanahan. He had a dream. Compensatory picks.
But that's a good question. I do wonder if he gets another opportunity. He deserves another opportunity.
Now, I'm not saying Anthony Lynn didn't do some head scratching things in his day, but like he's done.
He shouldn't be. He absolutely shouldn't be. He should get an opportunity. There was a quote in LA Times. They did a story on Anthony Lynn. And did you see the quote? It was
from Anthony Lynn?
Yeah. It was Halliburton-esque.
Oh no. The quote about the resources in the Chargers. Yeah.
He says,
I did see that.
Anthony Lynn on the 49ers. This organization will do whatever it takes to win. Resources out the ears. That was different for me compared to what I was going through in LA. So it's just like, man, this is what it's supposed to be like.
I absolutely, for the record, I absolutely hate myself that I forgot the quote until you said it was Halliburton-esque, and then I remembered exactly what you were talking about. I hate myself for that. And to Tyrese, I apologize.
Old Halliburton.
Oh, old Hallie, yeah. Pre-Woj Hallie. Pre-Woj Hallie.
Pre-Woj Hallie. Yeah, but I mean, I think that stood out to me, number one, just because, he was pretty frank with it, but also if I'm a general manager of another team, I'm looking at that and I'm probably like, yeah, he's probably right. Like he wasn't given all the tools necessary to be even more successful than he was. He made the playoffs, didn't he?
Like 3 times.
Yeah. So if I'm like looking at coaches, like who gets another opportunity, and this Anthony Lynn guy, and I probably believe him, the Chargers didn't really tap into all their resources. If I need to give this guy a shot, if I'm willing to, if I got an owner that's willing to, give him everything that he needs to be successful, he did a good job in a tough situation. So I really do hope he gets another shot.
Nick Wagoner is going to join us in a couple of minutes, but I got one more. Did you see Trey Lance's IG story about Rand Carthen?
No.
So Rand, of course, got the Tennessee Titans general manager job.
Yeah.
So Trey put a pic, he not retweeted, shared the story and included praying hands emoji, or I think it was fingers crossed emojis. Fingers crossed emojis. Yeah. And so then that's all it said.
They might need a quarterback.
And of course there was like, what's that mean? Because he had already gotten the job.
Yeah.
It wasn't, I hope my guy gets the job.
Right.
He had already gotten it.
Right.
So he shares the story with the cross fingers emojis.
These kids, man, they'll do stuff like that, and they'll be like, "Man, y'all making
not about
too much
football
out of it. Y'all making too much out of it, man. It's not about football, man. I'm just happy for my guy." Well, why would you put that emoji? Like, David, if you got a new job, I'd be sad. But if you got a new job, I might put flames. I might put clapping hands. I would never put this. I would not do that. I don't know what these people are doing.
Here's the thing, though. If I got a new job, that means you got a new job. That's the way it works.
There we go. Did I ever tell you where the Not About Football came from?
Yeah. But there was a tweet.
Well, it was LaMichael James used to always do that.
Oh, he did it regularly.
All the time.
Oh, I remember you laid out one specific thing.
Yeah, LaMichael James would be like, so he wouldn't be playing. And he'd be like, I just need to get off this bitch, so I can go to work. Hashtag not about football, y'all. He would have these subtweets all the time that clearly referenced what was going on. So he would have the subtweets, then people would ask him about it. And then he was like, man, y'all tripping. So he started making the same type of tweets and then would put hashtag not about football.
Man, I hope we light the beam tonight. Hashtag this not about the Kings.
That might apply though. That might not.
Oh, it definitely would apply. This applies to Matt Barnes. Matt Barnes, if you're listening. We'll come back. It's going to be a fun little stretch here. Nick Wagoner is going to join us, fresh from your TV sets. We'll talk 49ers Cowboys with him. And then James Ham will jump on the stream, and we'll talk. It's rivalry day. We'll talk Kings Lakers with Hammer when he joins us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. That's all on the way here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Stockton Kings are 9-1 on the season. Good job. Man.
Really?
Did
they play this morning? Did I see that right?
I guess so, because they got all these stats, and I guess they're not from last night.
Yeah, I thought I saw something about them playing today. That's a funny Photoshop, Dr. David, with the Lakers logo on Kenny's hat.
Blends in perfectly.
Yeah, it looks. Oh, thanks. Thank you, Kim. We got Clorox, everybody. Thanks, Kim. Yeah, it's handing out 3 packs of Clorox wipes. I was like, hey, it's going down.
Yeah, I thought those were tall cans.
Let's go, baby. Let's get it in. Not so much. Not so much. Hey, I keep reading Homeboy's tweet back and laughing. It gets funnier every time I read it.
Yeah.
Every time I read it, it gets funnier.
You don't have to lie.
Yeah, you don't. You don't. Shuffs. I see you're rich. D'Lo. Oh man, Warren, that is terrible. Yeah, that was awful to read. I guess he was in a car accident. The Briscoe brothers were, and they're not on WWE television, so they're not quite as relevant. I know they're more ROH. I don't even know if they've done a ton of stuff with AEW. I think they have. Man, those dudes were legit. Like, they were really, really good. And what were they? I think they were like chicken farmers or something like that. And one of the reasons they didn't go to the WWE was because they wanted to like maintain their chicken farm or something like that. But if you never got the chance to see the Briscoe brothers go, I don't think they're called the Briscoe brothers. They're called the Briscoes. They're so good, man. Really, really good. And just obviously just terribly sad. 38 years old. Wrestled for Ring of Honor now, man. Just terribly sad. It's always shocking when you see news like that, messages like that. That guy so young pass away. Oh, that's right. That was a hell of a match. I mean, it was a throwback. It was a throwback. It was intense. But it was really good. FTR probably the best or pretty damn close to it in the world. Yeah. If you get the opportunity before the game tonight to pull up some of their matches on YouTube or wherever they may be, if you're a wrestling fan, of course, it's worth your time, man. Really, really good stuff. And you can see how people felt about him just by the insane amount of messages that hit social media yesterday following his passing. Again, a guy who never wrestled for WWE or on WWE television. And it's Wednesday. Is today Wednesday? Or is it? It's today's Wednesday. So yeah, AEW be on tonight. And I'm be anxious to see how they deal with that. Honestly thought you had Oreos in your hand when you walked in with those. Kim's out there handing out Oreos.
They're cleaning the house.
She out there. Kimberly's like a one-person Staples. She out there. Y'all want some Sharpies, some binders, notepads?
I'm selling them.
Selling them at the back of the spaceship. If y'all need back to school supplies, just come over here to the Odyssey studio. Nick Wagoner going to join us here on the phone in just a heartbeat. He's wrapping up some of his TV commitments with ESPN television as we gear up for it's a fun week, man, and it's leading into a really fun weekend with the San Francisco 49ers taking on the Dallas Cowboys. Of course, the Kings play tonight, play again on Friday, play again on Saturday at the Golden One Center. But they kept the schedule clear for Sunday, so shout out to them. So 49er fans don't have to, or Kings fans who are 49er fans don't have to pick and choose.
I think they would just move the game up to like 11:30 if it happened. I would talk to Uncle V and be like, yo, come on.
But you know better. That never happens. Literally never happens. And you can't light the beam at 2:30 in the afternoon yet.
Unless we don't know that.
Unless you just were like, oh, it'll be overcast that day. It'll be fine. Unless Uncle V just decided, oh, it's going to be overcast that day.
Controls the weather. Or you could do like in the old Arco Arena. Remember the little crown that would blow up?
Yeah.
When it'd get loud enough?
Yeah.
That's what the beam would be. The beam would be like the
little flailing arms, the little Bailey entrance. as you know where the weather thing came from. WrestleMania 3, they had that dome over the Pontiac Silverdome, and they had the TVs up there, and Vince was like, they were like, you're not going to be able to see this in the daylight if it's sunny. And Vince McMahon said, fine, it'll be overcast that day, and left the meeting. And it was overcast that day.
It worked out for him.
We welcome in.
Oh, go ahead. We'll talk to you about that.
Okay, we'll welcome in our buddy Nick Wagoner, fresh off of his television commitments for ESPN and, of course, San Francisco 49ers practice. Nick, we appreciate you so much. We were having this discussion earlier. Are the Cowboys the 49ers' biggest rival?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think that, like, historically, it's probably the best, like, non-division rivalry in football, right? Like, if you take away the division factor, I think you have to look at it that way. And guys, when they play on Sunday, it will be it'll tie for the most, games played between two teams in the postseason in history. So I think this is their 9th postseason meeting, and there's a couple other matchups that have happened 9 times also, so it'll be tied there. But the stakes. I was talking to Nick Bosa about it today, and I said, last year was your first kind of taste of that. How did that feel? Do you remember even feeling that rivalry, even though it was a long time before you were even, thinking about playing football, even a glimmer in your mom's eye, that the last time they played the postseason? And he said, yeah. He said, honestly, it's a big deal because it's the playoffs. But because of the history between these two teams, it's an even bigger deal. And so I don't know if it's the biggest rivalry in football just because they don't play all the time. But amongst non-division rivals, I don't know that there's one. I mean, for us guys, guys like us growing up in the 80s and 90s, like, when you're falling in love with football, it's something I remember. And I wasn't even a fan of either team. I just loved watching them go at it,
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, the stakes are so high when these two teams get together. Traditionally, and it's been that way even now. Even though last year was a wild card game, that felt like a huge game. This one on Sunday feels like a huge game. There's a part of me, Nick, that feels like this game indirectly is like the 90s, because I think the winner of this game is going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, the argument could be made, especially because we don't know exactly kind of where Philly's at right now. I personally am a believer in a healthy Philadelphia team. I just don't know if that's what they are. We just haven't seen that. And so you could make that argument that this is that type of game. And guys, look, all year long, to me, the NFC has been 3 teams that kind of cut above the rest. And that is Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Dallas. And Dallas, I started to have my doubts over the last month of the season. They didn't look great. They were turning the ball over a lot. Their defense was showing some signs of warts. But, the team that we saw the other night looked a lot more like the team that played for most of the season. And I think this is just going to be the biggest challenge that the 49ers have gotten since they played Kansas City, but certainly for Brock Purdy and for that offense. This Dallas defense, their pass rush is no joke. They lead the NFL in pressure percentage. They're second in sacks per dropback. It's not just DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons. They've got a number of guys who can
kind of create havoc in the pass rush. The funny thing is, though, is Brock Purdy's actually been excellent when under pressure in a smaller sample. When he's under duress, he's thrown 4 touchdowns and no picks, and been right amongst the league leaders in completion percentage and yards per attempt when he's under pressure. So it's kind of good on good in that way. But I think, some of his escapability, his mobility, the things that we've seen him do to get away from pressure and make things happen, he's going to have to be really on point with that stuff in this game, because I'm sure there's going to be plenty of moments where those Cowboys are going to be bearing down on him.
Nick, and not to take anything away from the incredible performances that Brock Purdy has had and has composed as he's been during the stretch, how much credit would you give Kyle Shanahan for what we've seen from Brock Purdy so far?
Yeah, I think you said it well, Damian. Like, you have to give credit to everybody here. But let me just, if I can, just go back a little bit here, guys. I think there's an evolution in Kyle Shanahan here that is maybe going underplayed or under-talked about a little bit. And what I mean by that is when Kyle Shanahan got to San Francisco, he didn't come here and say, you know what, we're going to be all about yak. Offensively, we want to get guys who are physical and can run through you and get yards after. He didn't say that. He went out and got Pierre Garçon because Garçon was the physical guy that he knew, and he could kind of fill that role. But what he was looking for when he was going into drafts and he was looking at receivers, he was saying, give me guys who can separate. I want the Dante Pettis of the world, because when I watch tape, he's creating separation with his route running. It didn't work, guys. It didn't work. And they got Deebo Samuel, and they said, oh, this is interesting. Like, this guy is like Pierre Garçon to the next level, like his ability to run after the catch. And what's happened is I think Kyle Shanahan realized, who can create separation in this offense consistently? Me, the coach. I'm the guy who can do that. And so what happens if I take that ability that I have to draw up separation for my receivers, and I pair it with guys who, when they catch the ball, when given that separation, can run through and past every tackler that's thrown in their way. And I think you're seeing that now, that evolution of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch and what they've built, which I always say now it's all about stacks and yak, are kind of the pillars of this foundation here. That is what they built, but it wasn't initially that way. They've leaned into that, and getting Deebo Samuel kind of opened their eyes. But now you have I would argue, guys, the tight end, the wide receiver, and the running back, who respectively at their positions are the best in the league with the ball in their hands after the catch. And that's not a coincidence, guys. That is leaning into a realization of what this offense could be if you get those guys.
Yeah, that's great stuff, Nick. One of the things that I looked at, it may be really simplistic when talking about this game. I understand that, but sometimes it's not rocket science, right? It can be fairly simple.
I think I know what you're going to say, man. I think I know.
Well, I look at the way the 49ers run the football, and my thought about the 49ers is it's not like they're an unbeatable team. But if you can't stop them from running the football, I don't think you can beat them. And I don't think Dallas is equipped to stop this running attack. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's the biggest weakness on that Dallas defense is stopping the run. And I think they're 22nd in the league or something like that in run defense this year. And, if you remember, guys, last year when they played in the playoffs, the Niners, to start that game, marched the ball right down, just ran it down their throat to start the game, basically. And they were having a lot of success. And I still believe that if Jimmy Garoppolo hadn't gotten hurt in that game would have been nearly as tight as it was late in the game. Now, to be fair, Dallas also made a bunch of mistakes. I mean, I think they had 14 penalties in that game last year and some key moments, too. So there's a little bit of balance there. But, yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where you always look at it and you say, what works in January? What works in the postseason? And the cliche is can you stop the run and can you run the ball? Well, the cliche is a cliche for a reason, because more often than not, the teams that can do those two things go the furthest. And the other thing I would add to that in the Niners case, and you want to be real simplistic about it, I could get even more simple with it, is turnovers. The 49ers are number one in the league in turnover differential, but here's the stat that matters, guys. For themselves, when they've turned the ball over 2 or more times this year, they're 0-4. When they've turned the ball over 1 time or 0 times, they're undefeated. And that's as simple as I can make it, guys. I mean, I can see we could talk all day long, but I mean, it's sometimes just as simple as that. And I think in the Niners case, It really is that simple, just because they are so talented that the only way they're going to lose to a lot of these teams, I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of these teams, is by shooting themselves in the foot.
You think, and I feel like this type of stuff comes up every year, like D'Amico Ryans, it seems like and you wrote about this recently, just primed to be a head coach somewhere. Hypothetically, the 49ers keep winning. You think that hurts his chances?
Yeah, it doesn't help. And you know what's interesting? I had a long chat with D'Amico last week, about a half hour we talked, and for the story that ran today. And I just don't get the impression that he is in a rush to take a head coaching job. He believes he's ready. He said it on the record. I'm ready to do this. But, you know, last year, guys, the Vikings were very interested in him. They wanted him back for a second interview. They were hiring a general manager who knew D'Amico from their time together here in San Francisco. There was a lot of connections there, and he bowed out of that. And that wasn't a terrible option, right? Like, the Vikings have a pretty good roster. That wasn't a team that needed a massive rebuild. And if you look around at the teams that have openings this year, what job is super appealing there?
Yeah.
I don't know that there is one. Like, the Broncos on paper should be, because that is a historically good franchise with a great fan base, and they have deep-pocketed owners and resources forever. But the quarterback situation is bizarre, and you may be stuck for a couple of years with it because of the money. And so if you don't have a great offensive plan, how do you do that? So that's just one example. But I do think that it's one of those things that a lot of teams are willing to wait a little bit, but waiting until the very end is tough. And you just don't see it happen a lot. But the 49ers, that's a great example of a team where it paid off, because they waited for Kyle Shanahan all the way through the Super Bowl, and I don't think they regret that a single day.
Yeah. Hey, Nick, guys, I want to ask Nick one more thing, because he's been around this team, and I want to see what he thinks about this. There's much to be made about the Cowboys getting bullied last year and getting punked and all this other stuff. And now this year, there's questions: will they get bullied again? And I'm sure they're going to be, heightened for that. Like, we're not going to let that happen again. And they're going to be all charged up to not let it happen again. And the funny thing about it is, I think that the 49ers on the other side, they don't look at it as we're going to bully them or we're going to be tougher or not like that. They just look at it as we're about to play 49er football. And if it turns out that we bully them, then that's how it is. Do you think that's how they look at something like this? Or are they aware of, no, we have to be the bullies in this game or something?
No, it's an interesting question, only because, like, you're talking about, like, something that would be something you're striving for or something that's inherent, right? Like, what is your identity versus what you're trying to put. And let's use an analogy. It's like who you really are versus who you are on Instagram, right? Like, there's two very different things in a lot of cases for some people. But the 49ers identity is the bully. Like, that's how they've built this thing. And so, yeah, I don't think in their mind it's like, oh, we have to turn it up and we got to be different. They just got, like you said, they just got to go out and do what they expect to do. I think what's interesting is when teams have to try to convince themselves to match that, that they're already behind if they're doing that, because that has to be something that's in you. Like, you can't just all of a sudden decide you want to be the baddest guy in the room. You know what I mean? And so I don't know that is something that Dallas has. And the other thing I would add to that is, and this isn't Dallas's fault, but it works against them that they played on Monday night. The 49ers had 2 extra days ahead of them. And people say that's unfair. I would argue that it's actually less than it used to be. The 2 seeds used to get a bye. So it used to be a whole week off. Now it's just a couple of days that they get ahead of them. But the other thing is, this is the 4th straight road game for the Cowboys. Yeah. And that's a lot. That's a lot, guys. And the Niners did that last year. And I would argue, if you go to the second half of that Rams game, the Niners gas tank ran out. And I think that there's a possibility that could be the same type of scenario for the Cowboys too. And to your point, Casey, if they come out and try to empty that tank right away, it could be a problem, because then you got to still play a whole second half or whatever it is, to try to keep up.
Yeah.
Nick, I took that Instagram remark personally, so we're just gonna We're just gonna say goodbye
Hey,
now.
if you took it personally, that means you're guilty, my man. If it sounds like I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you.
I know. That's the sad part. Great stuff as always, Nick. Thanks for making time for us, man. We really appreciate it.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, you got it, guys. See you later.
It's our guy Nick Wagoner, ESPN 49ers insider.
It's not on me, it's in me. That's what they say.
Let's bring in our guy. He's not super active on Instagram, but he's very active on Twitter. Yeah. You made an effort to be active on Instagram that I think lasted 2.5 days.
What happened? I might have missed this.
That's a stretch. I don't know if it lasted that long.
It lasted one post. Fedora Ham made an appearance.
What was the effort?
The post of Fedora Ham, and then he stopped.
Did you put some stories, Ham?
No.
I like posting pictures when I travel. Like, I've always looked at Instagram as something different. Maybe it's just how I've always perceived it. I like Twitter as far as like how
Instagram is fun and happy. That's what Instagram is. It's fun.
On Instagram, you can be who you always.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly right.
I always feel like with Instagram, though, like I can't just put like news and stuff out there. I actually have to like go find a picture, produce something to build out one of those little graphics and stuff like that. And I just don't have the time for that. So I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
James doesn't have time for Instagram. You heard it here first. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Proper introduction, R1320 Kings Insider. And creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham, here with us as the Sacramento Kings will play the Los Angeles Lakers tonight, James, in LA for the fourth and final time this season. And much has been made since their wins over the weekend against Houston and against San Antonio that this team just keeps scoring a ton of points. And they're on a kind of a historic run right now with 5 straight games of 130-plus points games that actually started at the Golden One Center on Trista Crick night with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, I mean, this team is doing amazing things offensively. Defensively, they're still a hot mess. If they don't do amazing things offensively, then they will lose. And so they've kind of put themselves in that situation. And it's a situation that I think Mike Brown has fought to not be in. And now he's in it and realizes that, like, he's got to, I don't think change his expectations.
Navigate through it a little differently.
Yeah, maybe he needs to figure out a way to just look at net rating as opposed to defensive rating and figure out a way to get the net rating as high as possible, which is, the difference between offensive rating and defensive rating. And like, if you're winning that battle, then you're winning games. And, I know we've talked about this in the past. I just remember years ago listening to the Kings had their defensive coordinator at the time, and why his name is slipping my mind right now. And someone was asking him on the radio, why is it that your defense really isn't a lockdown defense? And he's like, because I don't have any defensive players. I'm doing the best I can. The fact is that, we average 120 points a game and we only give up 114. So yeah.
Elston?
Yeah, Elston Turner. Yeah, exactly. And so that's, I think there could come a point where Mike Brown needs to play within the confines of what he has in front of him. And if that means that his team is going to give up 120 points a night, but they're going to score 130, that still means you win. You just need to make sure that you're able to get stops when you need to. The problem that the Kings have is, and that Mike Brown knows, is that, you don't get to play the Houston Rockets twice, the San Antonio Spurs, the Los Angeles Lakers, just keep stacking up these bad teams, like all season long. An 82-game season, you're going to run up against teams that you just can't outscore. Because if you're not going to play defense, they're going to play a little bit of defense, and they can crank their offense up as well.
Like I always said, I want them to play better defense. Like, I absolutely would want that. But also, kind of like what James was talking about, I realize that's not the personnel that they have. So, and I think Mike Brown and his coaching staff has done this. It's like, all right, well, that's not the strengths of the guys that we have. what can we do to magnify the strengths that they have and do our best to hide the weaknesses? And I think that's kind of where they're at. I think they started out that way, and Mike got to a point where he's like, I've done this long enough. You guys need to be better here. And if you're not, I'll find people who will play better. And then he couldn't find people that would play better. And it started messing up the team a little bit. So I think they went back to, all right, let's just go back to what their strengths are and let's focus on that and try to get better piece by piece on the defensive end. And it wins games in the regular season. Will it win you a championship? Absolutely not. But it wins you games in the regular season. It'll get you to the playoffs. And if we're looking at this thing in the big picture, I know maybe, we need to get somewhere before we look in the big picture, but this is the first step into the whole process of what they're trying to do with this organization. They weren't going to be this championship team in year one of Mike Brown. This is just the first step.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think the frustration with him is that he knows that if you're playing good teams or you're playing in the playoffs or that last 20 games of the season where it really becomes like the tune-up to the playoffs, if you can't protect Domantas Sabonis, you're going to lose. And that's it. Like if Domantas Sabonis is looking at 6 fouls each and every night, or he's sitting at 4 and you got to sit him for long stretches, you're done. And the problem that this team has is that the guards and forwards aren't doing enough to keep their men on the perimeter and keep them away from the middle of the basket, where the middle of the key, where Sabonis is waiting. And Sabonis is doing his best to, be a good teammate and to keep the rim, to protect the rim. But at the same time, like there's nothing he can do about picking up fouls in those situations. When you've got athletic guards and forwards flying at you, like it doesn't matter how good your body position is, you just can't get to the spot quick enough. And so he's picking up a bunch of cheap fouls. And, I get it. Mike Brown will continue to demand more and more and more. It feels like right now that the Kings are playing like 48 minutes of incredible offense, and then they're playing maybe 12 minutes of good defense. And like within that, and you got to figure out a way to expand the defensive moments and keep the offensive moments there. But I mean, Harrison Barnes isn't going to shoot 66.7% from the field and 64.3% from 3 over a 4-game stretch very often. And that's how you're beating teams like this. You're running them over with your offense, and you can't just win on making shots. And that's what Mike is fearing, that this team will just fall in love with winning on offense and then never really take that next step defensively. And I think he needs better defensive players for sure. Whether you can get 1 or 2 pieces that help you now is going to be a big question that faces Monty McNair in the coming days.
How many teams do you genuinely think in the league play? I don't think anyone plays 48 minutes of defense, but like how many teams do you think really focus a lot on the defensive end?
There's
ones like Boston. I mean, there's
Boston, Milwaukee, even Philadelphia usually is pretty solid defensively. Most of the Eastern Conference teams, more than the Western Conference teams, I think that's always kind of been the case.
Would you say that about Denver?
Yeah, well, I mean, they have to scheme around the fact that, they don't have a super mobile center. They've got a great center, but they don't have a super mobile center, and they scheme around him all the time. And that's, again, that's why I think bringing in Jordi Fernandez was such a coup, because he's, a defensive coach that comes from 4 or 5 years in Denver, working with Michael Malone, but also, his backdrop with Mike Brown, but also figuring out ways to protect a guy like Nikola Jokic. And so these are all pieces to the puzzle. How do you get to a better defensive scheme? How do you figure out a way, and how do you work with the pieces that are in place today? Like Harrison Barnes might not be here next season, so you're going to have to fill that hole, but you got to also look and think that Keegan Murray isn't going to be a rookie next season. He's going to have a better understanding of what needs to happen in order to slow down an opposition. De'Aaron Fox can get better defensively. Kevin Huerter can get better defensively. All of these guys, like most of their core, are young enough that they can show improvements. but that doesn't mean you still need a piece or two to make this whole thing work. And like you're at a 4 seed right now, the potential to move up to a 3 seed here in the coming days, but you have to keep telling yourself that this team is really more like a 6 seed that needs to find a way to secure themselves there so they're not in the play-in tournament. And hopefully maybe you can finish the 4 seed and somehow you host a first round playoff match. That would be incredible. But you have to be realistic about who this team is right now. And, the fact that they're feasting on bad teams is a good thing because you got to play all 82 games. But, at the same time, the schedule will get more difficult. The schedule from here on out is like 16th most difficult in the league. And, they're going to have ups and downs. They got to figure out a way to ride it out. And that usually means play defense.
I'm two quick things. Yeah. Just real quick. One, you're a downer. 2, they could move to 3 tonight, actually. We're all big Miami Heat fans.
Let's go, Kyle Lowry.
Let's go, Heat. Let's go, Heat.
If
the Heat beat the Pelicans and the Kings get their 3rd win against the Lakers, and we've decided, James, you look at the standing, you're not getting higher than 3rd. Like that's the end of it right there. Unless something terrible happens with like Memphis or Denver, you're not getting any higher than 3rd. That's the end of the cluster right there. There's 1 and 2, and then there's a cluster after that. So this we're essentially playing for our first place tonight.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at those teams, even Memphis, like they showed last year where they like 20-3 without Ja, and this year they've just rolled through without Desmond Bane for long stretches. That's a team that has a next man up mentality, and they don't care who's there and who's not, and they just keep playing. And the Kings are a year or 2 away from being that. That's what happens when you're together and you have a system and everything, for like 3-4 years, you start to build that type of characteristic to your DNA of who you are as a team. The Kings just aren't there yet. And so like we have to keep reminding ourselves that this is the first year of Mike Brown. This is the first year that this group of players have been together, and you hope that they can accomplish amazing things, but you have to know that there can be tough times, and not there doesn't even have to be tough times. One of these or 2 of these teams that are below them who are really, really good and aren't playing good basketball right now will eventually figure it out and be right there and where you are, and you're going to have to battle those.
Or they won't.
I don't
or
think
they won't. Like we've been saying that for the last 35 games.
I think Golden State's the one that I'm like, all right, we'll see what they do. I'm not sold on Portland or the Lakers or Utah
we just saw
or
the
any of
Clippers
those
last
teams.
night.
Or the Clippers.
And that's the
every time I watch the Clippers, I just get more confused.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. I don't know what happened to them.
I'm with you. Like, I don't know how they're playing so poorly, but like if you've been watching basketball for any length of time, you know that the final 25 games of the season is just a tremendous ramp up, and it becomes so difficult. It like winning games in the final 20-something games of the season is tough against good teams. Like that is when the playoff actually start, and you're trying to figure out seeding and everything else. They need a big time cushion. And, like we were just podcasting a few minutes ago, and Brendan asked, can this team finish 4 games over 500 on the season where they are right now? Right now they're 6, but that magic mark of 4 that they couldn't get over. Can they finish the entire season at 4 games over? And that's what you have to start looking at. Like, is this a 43-win team? Is it a 45-win team? Is it a 48-win team? Can they get to 50? Like, I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that, like, when you're usually taking these steps as a team, it doesn't, like, historically happen in one season where you go from, like, a perennial loser to a really, really, really good team that could, potentially host a first-round game.
Yeah. No, I completely understand you. I just we joke with you, but I understand what you're saying. I just think that this team, number one, the way they score in general, like in the regular season, there's not a lot of teams that are going to keep up with that. Yeah, they play Milwaukee. Milwaukee may be able to do it. Boston, all this other stuff, but they're not playing those teams that often. Like they're going to play Houston and I don't know, San Antonio more times than they're going to play the good teams. Because I'll trust you because you have a little bit more insight on this, but I thought I saw somewhere they had the fourth easiest schedule remaining.
Well, that was before this stretch where they played a bunch of bad teams.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
no, it's turned. I mean, and that's kind of the way, the strength of schedule. We're down to 40-something games or 30-something games at this point. So it's going to go quickly. I mean, that's what's crazy. Like, everyone's having such a good time here and the lighting the beam and, everyone's, like, hanging on the edge of their seat each and every night. But this thing is motoring. Like, we're almost, like, the Kings have a 7-game road trip coming up and then, like, 2 games at home and you're at the trade deadline. You're at the All-Star break. I mean, it's all coming so quickly here in the next couple of weeks. And, like, can they hold on? And, like, how do you get through a 7-game road trip? Even though there are a bunch of winnable games on that 7-game road trip, like, if they come out of that 4-3, that's a huge, like, win. But what if they go 2-5? Like, there's all kinds of setbacks that can happen. Little setbacks, big setbacks. And I just really think that, like, people need to cheer on their team and just, like, keep a level head about where they are and don't get too disappointed if they fall a couple of spots in the standings. And I think it's a really good thing they've built their 4-game lead above, like, the 10 spot at this point. That's good. Like, but can you hold on to it? And can you take care of business against like tonight, a bad Lakers team? OKC is playing much better basketball when you get home. That's a dangerous, tough, physical team. Yeah, they play defense. They've got a star. So, like, how do you play against those teams? And then, like, do you get knocked off kilter if you lose one of these games? And you got Philadelphia, and, like, you got to stay in the moment if you're this Kings team. And so far, they've done a good job of doing that.
The one thing I always say with those things, once again, Ham is correct, but people look at the schedule and that OKC playing good and Philly good, and man, this is tough. And I look back and I say, we're good too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they got to play us. You know what I mean? Like, OKC's looking at it like, man, Sacramento, they score, like, that's going to be a tough game. Like, I think that's the mentality that, hopefully the Kings, I'm sure they do. They're a confident bunch, but they got to play us too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I would say this too, like the big games that are coming up, like, again, we got Lakers, OKC, Philly, and then Memphis, and then the Raptors, right? So you're hoping right there, can they go 3-2? That's solid. If they can go 3-2, that'd be great. But then how do you do against Minnesota? Who is Minnesota? Is Minnesota going to be the team that's like been horrible half the season? Or are they going to be a team who's turned it around for a short stint, and you've got to go in there and face a team that, might be more difficult than they look on paper? Can you get, I mean, again, you got the Spurs, you got the Pacers, you got the Pelicans, and then you finish that 7-game series, that 7-game road trip with the Rockets. But there's a lot of things that can happen between now and then. Like, will you make a trade? Will that trade cost you a game? Like, there are all kinds of things that you have to look at. And, like, I just want fans to enjoy the ride, like, live in the moment, like the team is supposed to live in the moment, and cheer on your guys, because they're doing something right now that a lot of these guys have never been in this position. I don't think De'Aaron Fox in his career clearly has never been 6 games over 500. And keep that in mind. Like, it's a lot more pressure once the winning starts to stack up, and once people start having different expectations, once you start going on ESPN with, your 2 stars go on ESPN, what happens then? Like, you're starting to build some expectations with this team that just weren't there like 2 weeks ago and weren't there like this summer. They're in uncharted water, and again, fans need to be supportive of where they go from here.
I like Special Ed's idea. Team issue black Air Forces the rest of the season. I think that's a good idea.
Let's go.
That Black Air Force One vibe. Is that what it was?
Air Force energy.
Black Air Force energy.
Yeah.
What's the number? 6 games over 500. Are you buying what you're seeing?
Yeah, I buy that they're a great offensive team, but I also buy that they're a bad defensive team.
They're
Like-
6 games over 500. Are you buying that record?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, in this season, for sure. Like, there are a bunch of bad teams this season. And I think that they haven't let off the gas. They've lost maybe 2 games that I really think, oh, that was horrible. Like Charlotte and Washington are 2 teams that are bad teams, in my opinion. But like a lot of the other games, I can call the Lakers a bad team right now, but they still have LeBron James. I mean, like, the dude is 38 years old and just put up, 48, 49? Yeah. Like, what he's doing right now, it's just historical, but it's incredible to watch. And, he's walking to a triple-double. It's crazy. But, like, there are only 2 real games where I just were, like, I'm so down on the team for losing those games. And those things happen. The rest of the time, like, look at some of the teams you thought, oh, man, they lost to Miami. Well, Miami's a 500 team again. You start, like, there are a couple of those teams where you just look at and you go, okay, look, they're a better team than we thought they were when you played them. Even Charlotte got everyone healthy for like 3 games, beat the Kings, and now everyone is hurt again and they're bad again. So, you never know how these things will work out.
Yeah, I think I'm believing in them. I said it yesterday, Ham. I think they're going to be top 6. I don't think this is a play-in team. I don't think this is a play-in situation. I think they're going to be in the top 6. Like you mentioned earlier, hopefully, they play well enough where they can, get a home playoff series. But,
top 4, baby. Expectations have shifted. Top 4. Let's go.
But
I guess, what about New Orleans? Are they a top 3 team for you guys?
When they're healthy, but I don't know if they're going to be healthy all year.
Yeah.
That's where they're at right now.
Yeah, they're 3 headed south.
Yeah, they're sliding.
With Zion out for a little bit longer, and I don't know if Brandon Ingram's ever playing basketball again. We read an update on him, I think a week and a half ago, which I was more confused when we were done reading the update than before when we read it.
The bruised toe that's cost him 9 or 10 games. Is that what it is? Yeah, and his teammates, I think, are confused. They're like, "What in the world's happening here?" Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway.
When Zion was cooking, it was like, oh, yeah, they're legit. Like Zion, CJ, this is a perfect combination. But now it's like when Zion comes back, are you getting reacclimated? Are minutes restrictions? Is he good?
Mm-hmm.
Like what's the case
and that's
with him?
when he comes back. I think he probably won't be back to the All-Star break.
It would make sense.
You know what I mean?
I don't think the injury was spaced out that long, but it would make sense.
Yeah.
Like if you're tiptoeing around it, why bother?
So that's 2-3 weeks of like Zion-less, Brandon Ingram-less basketball. So who knows what happens with them? They might be out of third by the end of the
Are you
night.
buying that team?
No. I didn't buy that team at the beginning of the year. I'm not going to change my tune now.
Healthy, you don't buy him?
Well, healthy, but the problem is that, like, again, we talk about teams that haven't been together. That team hasn't been together. Like, how do they handle the tough times? How do they handle the good times, right? And that's what we're seeing with the Kings. I think the one good thing that I'll say about what's happening with the Kings is that there are so many close
you haven't
games.
said much good things about the Kings.
Well, no, like every game is super, super close. That is just, you're learning so much from each one of those games. Sure. Like you gotta learn a lot of ways to not make a light bulb before you make a light bulb, and I think that's when you're looking at the way that the Kings are figuring out how to win, how to keep close, how to throttle up and throttle down, because we're seeing them, like, they'll get to half and it'll be a competitive game, and then boom, they're blowing teams off the out in the third quarter and just like running over teams. You're like, okay, that makes sense. Like, give me more of these, like, 25-point games, these 15-point games that you don't have to put your starters in the last 4 minutes of a game just to save it. Like, show me that you can do that and that you're learning. And for that matter, like, fill a couple of the holes in the roster. You got them. Go fill the holes. It's not like there's some mystery here. You're a bad defensive team. See if you can find some good defensive players that can shoot the ball and move forward. So
I'm going to think more about the light bulb comment James just made for a few minutes, and then we're going to come back. And we're going to get James Ham to say something positive about the Sacramento Kings as we get ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Los Angeles Lakers tonight. More from our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320. Real quick, hit the thumbs up. We are about, actually, exactly 60 short from where we were yesterday. We at minimum, we was 241 yesterday. We got to top that, and there are way more people watching right now than there were yesterday.
And we got Ham here.
And Ham's here. You know, we got them Ham numbers. Ham's the rating rated R superstar.
He bringing numbers. Hey, shout out to my man Ace, International Ace, man. You know, D-Lo and KC International right now, man.
Where's he at?
Finland.
Yeah. Wow.
Big
okay.
Man, he was in the chat, man. He tapped in.
What's Ace doing in Finland?
Living his life.
Man.
Being Finnish?
Must be nice to be that, Miss P and all them stamps in the passport and Ace.
Them East Coast chatty house people, they live different.
I'm just trying to do a radio show, different. Man.
He showed me a picture. He has some. I think he bought it. I don't think he brought it out there. They had some bamboo.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's the original. Bamboo.
Very nice.
Maybe he brought it out there. I don't know.
Have you had the original? You haven't had the original yet, right? Only the XO, the black bottle.
Yeah, only the black bottle. Yeah, because I'm doing dry January. So.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I had the one drink.
Dry it. Yeah.
Well, we can say like 1.5. I don't consider the one drink we got was a real drink.
Yeah.
But
I agree. It was not.
No, it wasn't a real drink. So just those 1.5s, I think. Yeah. Anyway,
was because we were out. I got you.
Yeah.
Steve,
I'm having dry Wednesday. I haven't had a drink today.
Yeah, I would be dry too. Yeah,
it's good stuff.
Steven, no, I'm not going to the 49ers game. I thought about it, but it'd be a lot.
Someone asked me about my thoughts on Shintaro Fujinami. If you have to sign with the A's because they're promising a spot in the rotation, I don't know what that means about you. So, and if you're going to get excited about the A's signing a guy to a 1-year contract, come on now. Yeah. Fuji, I like it. Whatever. Am I doing a heel turn? I'm not doing a heel turn. I'm just
there's a lot of speculation in here that you're doing a heel turn.
Realistic, yeah.
Oh my God!
Just hit Monty McNair in the back of the head with a steel chair.
Oh my God! Wait a minute, bro. Whose side is he on?
That's funny.
What is he doing? God! Is he the third man? What the hell is going on here?
Y'all gonna turn Brendan Nunez heel any minute. You got Cunningham temperament.
They both jumped in and said they believe this is a good team, and even at that point, yeah, both of them. They both said this is a good team, and I said I need to see more. I've been around long enough to think, hey,
game 79, James is just gonna be like, I don't know. I mean, 12 games over 500.
The 3 seed locked up, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Gonna be up 3-0 in the first round against Dallas.
Up 25 at the half in game 4.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm certainly not gonna sing "We Don't Need Luka" song. Sorry.
Jerry Jones believes the 49ers defense will have a hard time adjusting to Dak Prescott's rushing abilities.
He's wrong.
Okay. We don't need to say nothing, James. Okay, we don't even need to say nothing.
Okay.
Their defensive line might. Those linebackers who are angry and.
Hey James, we just gonna let them keep talking. They hadn't stopped talking since Monday night, man. We just gonna let them keep talking, man. Ron W, boys, get your boys.
I'm watching Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw. Like both of them, just hurl their body at people. Like those dudes, like hit the hit stick. So often you're like, holy cow, look at him fly in. He hit his own teammate. He doesn't care. Yeah, they just fly in like, all right. Yeah. They're not worried about Dak. Pollard, you got to worry about.
And then I don't know what Jerry Jones is talking about. Dak, most rushing yards in the game this season is 41 yards.
Is that a shoot?
No, dead ass. I just looked at it right now. Yeah, it's 41 yards.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
These boys don't know, man.
That
These
is
boys don't know.
insane.
Yeah.
Oh, good for him for getting the bag. My goodness.
I
Wow.
wouldn't run either.
Did we just get?
That's incredible.
Yeah, I've been podcasting all day. Do we have an injury update?
I haven't seen anything. There was what's his name?
They're saying
LeBron
Sabonis
was
is out. Missed that.
Ah.
The last update I looked up. The last update I looked at was.
I got it right now.
I was looking to see LeBron.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Well, I'll be damned.
Sabonis is questionable with a non-COVID illness.
Oh, here we go.
Dellavedova is questionable. Alex Len is out with a non-COVID related illness.
LeBron is still questionable. All right. Well, I guess that's where we'll start when we get back here.
Oh boy,
it is non-COVID. It's calm down, Brad Clayton. God damn it, it's non-COVID. Damn it, Brad. Coming back, James. Couple of updates here from the latest injury report, Hammer. Matthew Dellavedova listed as questionable with a non-COVID illness.
Get well soon.
Alex Len is out of tonight's game with a non-COVID illness.
Get well soon.
And fresh off his appearance on NBA Today, Domantas Sabonis, questionable with a non-COVID illness.
Dear God, take my lungs.
It's not great, Bob.
LeBron James still listed as questionable, by the way, with left ankle soreness for tonight's game. Obviously, Anthony Davis is out. Austin Reeves is still out. Lonnie Walker is still out. We kind of knew all of this going in. But yeah, Domas and Matthew Dellavedova listed as questionable. I'm going to go out on a limb. I certainly don't know. I'm not there. I'm in Sacramento, California, not Los Angeles, California. Domas is playing with a broken freaking hand. If he's got a cold, he's going to play with a cold.
Yeah, they need to play with a mask on. Let him do it.
Yeah, like there's so much going around right now. We all know that. Like the Herder illness last week. We're gonna have to keep dealing with it. Like I hope that he plays
missed 2 games, right? Like he missed. I
know what he had, but I'm not gonna put like business out there without like a thumbs up from somebody. But it's like a standard illness that like most of us have had, but like takes antibiotics to get through and stuff. So he's all right. But he hadn't hit the basketball court for like 3 days when he got back. So yeah. He should be fine at this point. He should be ready to roll. But as far as Sabonis, that's not great. Dellavedova, and Len are are players who are well out of the rotation. Just nice pieces to have in case you need an emergency. I don't know what exactly the Kings would do.
The two-way guys aren't there either.
Yeah, Nimi and Keon Ellis are.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't. I guess if Domas is out, it's probably a little bit of a. Got to be a little bit of a concern, though.
No Alex Len.
Yeah, no Alex Len, no Nehemias Queta. It's.
How are you going to start Thomas Wilt, Abdul-Jabbar Bryant?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're probably going to see Rashawn Holmes, Chimezie Metu.
Yeah, Rashawn Holmes for 48 minutes.
Yeah.
Rashawn Holmes and Chimezie Metu for 48 minutes tonight. Goodness. Again, he's listed as questionable. Domas is listed as questionable. He's not listed as out. But if he does miss the game, I'm calling foul, and I'm saying something unscrupulous happened at the ESPN studio in Los Angeles. Yeah.
Oh, no.
There was up to no good in that LA Live area.
They tricked him.
I don't like it. De'Aaron, stay away.
Bad cheeseburger.
I think I've heard that happens. I've heard that happens.
I never believed that day in my life.
Neither did I.
That somebody.
I don't believe the stupid pizza story either.
Well, I don't believe that either. Sick as a dog.
30 years later, Michael Jordan's going to tell us it's a pizza that nobody else ate because allegedly he spit on it. Jesus Christ. Come on, Mike.
Took one for the team.
Apparently.
Hey, James.
My goodness.
Hey, I wanted to ask you something. I wanted to go back in time a little bit to Friday night. And I wanted to know what you thought about the scuffle between Monk and Garrison Matthews, and not just the scuffle, but like since we've been doing this show, we've talked about like people standing up, people on the roster standing up for each other and willing to, go to battle and fight for each other and things of that nature. And it feels like that's one of the first times we saw that. Chimezie Metu didn't hesitate. Monk had an issue, and Metu was right there. Did that stand out to you at all, or was it just another NBA skirmish to you?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of another NBA skirmish, but I also remember that that Mr. Garrison had actually smacked Keegan Murray and got a flagrant foul the game before. And I think that there's some brewing bad blood there between the Kings and him. He's a guy that, plays hard. He can hit a big time 3-point shot, and he's got a little grit to him.
He's
bordering on dirty.
He is a wild child.
I would say he is dirty, but he's also like, you even saw when Malik Monk went toe to toe with him. He's much bigger than you thought. Like, he's a good sized guard, and I don't know. He's a player that, in the right system, you're like, I wouldn't mind having a dude who doesn't mind getting a little dirty, mixing up a little bit. I'm not sure that I can say the same thing about what's his name?
Eason?
No, the kid on the Milwaukee Bucks now.
Oh, Grayson.
Yeah, Grayson Allen. Yeah, I can't handle the Grayson Allen thing because he always has like the who me look. Like, I didn't do anything. I didn't trip that guy for like the 40th time. So there's always that, and that he looks like a certain senator that I don't care for. But when you look at him, you're like, like Garrison Matthews, like he's going to punch somebody. Like I'm all right with that. Like every once in a while, you need a guy like that on your team. We talk about the Kings needing a guy like that. I like that Metu like jumped right in there. I watched the tape back, and I didn't really see a reason why Metu deserved a tech. But at least he didn't get fined.
From an instigator, which he did instigate a little bit.
He got a tech and an ejection.
Yeah, he shouldn't have got thrown out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when it comes to altercations, like they start doing the Oprah thing, like you get a car and you get thrown out, and you get car and you get thrown out. That's what they start doing. Yeah.
Additionally, I believe was the term that the official. Additionally, Freeport was over there forgetting where he was, and he's getting tossed. And additionally, my goodness.
And then they had a bunch of guys get suspended for a game for stepping on the court.
Yeah. We talked about this just very briefly yesterday, but I was actually concerned. That was a long stoppage in the game, and Kings came out really slow and thought, oh boy, if this is the moment that turns this game, my goodness, and credit to the Kings who settled down after a few minutes later and then were able to, kind of get back to business and close things out in that fourth quarter. Actually, I thought that was a telling moment for Sacramento. The response for the hip check on Malik Monk, because that was absolutely a dirty play, and his second one in as many games. And the response after the long stoppage where they're starting out slow, hit the pause button, regroup, get back going, wind up blowing them out for a second time.
Yeah, it's just showing once again that the Kings can win in different ways, that they're not going to be distracted, that they're not going to like get knocked off their game by a silly foul. And, I didn't think that was a horribly dirty play. I didn't think it was clean, but like Monk's reaction is what started that whole skirmish. I fully understand.
He didn't make a play for the ball.
Yeah.
He did not go for the ball. He went for the sole intention of blocking out Malik Monk and hip checks him in the process.
And Garrison turned up like he went to 10. Like Malik knocked the ball out. He probably said something. And then Matthews, you want to go, bro?
Yeah. We did have a little, it did get, it escalated quickly. It was a little strange, but at the same time, like Malik Monk did say something. Malik Monk did come knock the ball out of his hands and all that stuff. So
it's so funny to me that basketball players get really angry when you knock the ball out of their hands. Like Kenny said, he turned around on level 10, all because the ball got poked out from behind him. It's tremendous. And he was probably upset that his team was getting their ass kicked.
Again. Yeah. Rinse and repeat. That was when you're it's not fun to play for a team that loses all the time. And, whether you're a guy at the end of the bench like he is or not, it still doesn't feel great. I guess he's in the rotation sort of. But again, I'm not sure how how good their rotation is. That's a pretty bad team from top to bottom.
Yeah.
So
yeah, they're a bit messy. Do you feel like you've learned anything from the second unit over the course of these last couple of days? We spent a lot of time talking about them following the Los Angeles Lakers game, and I feel like we've seen a little bit of a response. Obviously, Terrence Davis got shifted to the starting lineup for a couple of games with Kevin Huerter out with that illness. But do you feel like we've gotten a solid response from that group?
Yeah, I thought Davion Mitchell was excellent, just really, really good defensively, but also efficient, hitting his shots, made quick decisions. I thought that was big. They're not asking him to go dish out a bunch of assists. Just do your job, figure out your role. And I thought, again, where would the Kings be without Trey Lyles? Trey Lyles has just been spectacular. You're not going to make a decision on this roster based on Trey Lyles. But he's a guy who's earned a spot in the rotation and should be there for the long haul. So, yeah.
Yeah. What did you yesterday? We talked about a little bit with Davion, and I talked about how when he scores, that's like icing on the cake. And what I mean by that is he can have 2 points in a game, but if he's playing the defense that we come to know and love and expect from him, that's his job. Do you think that's a little not giving him all the responsibility that he probably should have as being a backup point guard? Would you want more scoring outputs? Obviously you'd want it, but would you expect more scoring outputs like you got in San Antonio? Or do you look at it the same way where it's hey, if he has 3 points, but he's playing defense, job well done?
With Davion, I think the way that I would respond to that is if I don't notice Davion on the offensive end, then I'm okay with what he's doing on the defensive end. I think the problem that I've had is that more times this season than not, I have noticed him on the offensive end and not for a good reason. Over dribbling. He missed a lot of shots early. He's starting to pick it up now. But I would like to see him be a really good off-ball option for Malik Monk as sort of that leader of the second unit. But in Davion's defense, I get what they're trying to do, but this whole thing where they pull Fox at the 6-minute mark of the first quarter, and then they put Davion in, and then they put Fox in the final 3 minutes of the first quarter, and they sit Sabonis, and they also sit Davion again, and then Davion starts the second quarter. It's really hard to get a rhythm in a game when you're playing 3-minute bursts. If he's playing 14 minutes, he's gone in and out of the game 5 or 6 times most nights. And that's not really conducive to sort of settling in and finding your role and finding your niche and all that stuff. So, yeah.
What do you think they're trying to accomplish by doing that? The quick, relatively quick ins and outs.
They're not concerned about Davion. They're concerned about getting either Sabonis or Fox on the court at all times. Davion is sort of the unfortunate outcome of what their intention is. And it is what it is. I mean, he's got to deal with it because, he's Davion Mitchell on, he's the 8th or 9th guy on this team and not the first or second guy. And so you're trying to manage those first 2 guys.
What do you think about it? Well, I know what you think about it. That's a bad way to start the question, right? What do you think about?
James, talk about.
That's the one. Talk about. Harrison Barnes in January. Man is balling.
That's actually a fair place to say. James, just talk about Harrison Barnes in January. That's ridiculous.
He's balling right now. We talked about it yesterday, and I don't expect him to put up. I think he's averaging like 22 a night, shooting 50%. I'm not expecting that for the rest of the season. I do think that Harrison Barnes in this situation, the way this team plays on the offensive end, I do think he could be a guy that puts up 17, 18 points a night for the rest of the season. Do you see that in him, or is it just like he's going to do this and then starting February he's going to average 11 and it'll always balance out?
Well, I mean, if the Kings are scoring 140 a night, then there's enough for everyone. I mean, that's basically 7 20-point scorers in a game, which I feel like this team is going to have a game this season where 5 guys score 20. I think we've already seen the 4 guys score 20, but 5 guys score 20. That's just kind of the way this roster is built. What I like is that Harrison is taking more shots, at least right now. He's up to, I think over the last, I think it's 8 games, he's averaging right around 7 3-point attempts per game. Over his last 4 games, just this week, where he was, nominee for Western Conference Player of the Week, I mean, he shot like, 66.7% from the field and 64.3% from 3. Like, that's just crazy. We can't expect that. But I'll also tell you, like, he didn't rebound the ball well. He had multiple, like, 2-2 game rebounds. But the Kings didn't play defense all week, so there wasn't a lot of rebounds to get, and Sabonis got his. And, I just think that, like, he is who he is. We can't expect him to be something different. And so you're right. He'll have another stretch where he averages 11 a game, and it'll balance all of this out. And you just hope that he has more stretches where he's putting up 20, because when Harrison Barnes puts up 20, the Kings are almost unbeatable this season. And you hope that he finds sort of that rhythm, but also this team likes to ride the hot hand. And if it's Monk having a big game, he's going to get the ball more. If it's Herter, whatever. I was just shocked. Like, Harrison Barnes is averaging over 15 points a game right now on 9 shots. It's just how efficient he is crazy. And it's not just like it's over a 40-game stretch. He's averaging that on 9 shots. And that's impressive.
You mentioned the 4 20-point scores. I was like, why do I feel like they lost that game? It's because they lost to the Atlanta Hawks. They had 4 20-point scores and no one else in double figures.
Yeah, both teams had 4 starters with 20 and 1 starter with 8 points.
Yeah,
both teams.
That's right.
Yeah. So Keegan, I think, had 8 points in that game.
Yep.
Yeah.
22 for Harrison, 25 for De'Aaron, 24 for Kevin Herter, and Domas had 20 and 14.
That was the one at Golden One, right?
This was at Golden One, yeah. James, this is a serious question, so we need a serious answer.
Mm-hmm.
Will the double-double streak end this year?
I think it'll end this year, but I don't know if it's going to end. We don't count it ending if he misses.
It's at 20, so pick a number. Where do you think the double-double streak ends?
Man.
33 is the most recent number people talk about. That's Dwight.
And I changed my pick to 35.
So you're going 35.
I said 33 yesterday. I'm saying 35.
The non-goofy era record is Kevin Love at 53, and then he'll have to chase Wilt Chamberlain's numbers one at a time after that.
Yeah.
But 53 is the Kevin Love number. And I think if he went the rest of the season,
was it like 59 or 60?
I think it was 60.
Yeah, 60.
Yeah, I'm going to guess, like, there's a good chance he gets up to around 40. Like, it's every single night. And I think this season it's crazy. He's got 4 triple-doubles. He also has 8 additional games where he finished with 8 or more assists and a double-double. So he missed a triple-double by 2 assists or less. And he also has 1 game where he finished with 9 rebounds and a double-double. So he could have had another triple-double. Like, he's elite. He's one of those players that, like, comes out each and every night and gives you all of these crazy stats. And then I was looking at screen assists. I wrote about that for Sunday, and, like, screen assists are this weird category that isn't talked about that much, but It's just like a regular assist, except for it's a screen that you set that leads directly to a player, to one of your teammates scoring a basket. And he leads in overall screen assists, but he's second in his screen assists per game by like 0.1 behind Steven Adams. And so he's at like 5.3 screen assists, which equals like 13 points per game for his teammates. Like what he's doing to like clear out space, basically between assists, screen assists, and his points, he's averaging like basically 50. He contributes to 50 of the points in each game. And it's so incredibly hard to imagine replacing him because there's just no one else who does some sort of the thing that he does outside of Jokic, right? And even like a really poor man's version of it is Mason Plumlee, which I bring up all the time. But even we watch Alperen Şengün, like the Rockets aren't going to trade Şengün, but it's sort of what he does a little bit. He's like a really basic version of Sabonis, a very young basic version of Sabonis. Yeah, he's incredible. He's just the center of the Kings universe, and it's hard to replace a guy like that.
So, is the beam being lit tonight? I say yes.
I say yes. You reminded me of Vivek Ranadive right there. I say yes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is
characteristics.
Yeah, we talked about this 9-game stretch, right? And they're 7 games into the 9-game stretch. They're 5-2. They need a win tonight. They need to beat a team, and I think it should be repeated. This is an opportunity to put away the Lakers in your season. So this is the 4th game. You got a 2-1 advantage. You beat them, and you win the season series. So you have all tiebreakers over them. And while the Lakers are bad right now, that does not mean the Lakers will be bad by game 82. And somehow they could find a way to rally, and the Kings could find a way to drop a couple of games. And next thing you know, you're in a tight battle. You want to have as many tiebreakers as possible, and this is an opportunity to put your thumb on them and push them deeper into despair, but also pick up that big season series against the Lakers.
Yeah, that's a great point. We probably didn't spend a ton of time talking about today is the value of that tiebreaker. If the Lakers make that move, people think they're going to make, and eventually I do believe they're going to do something when Anthony Davis returns. It's just how far back will they be, and what will that wind up being? Anthony Davis was here. It's not like this team was 10 games above 500 when he was around. They were struggling when he was around, and that's where I hit pause with a lot of these conversations about these other teams like Phoenix, even to a certain degree Golden State. It's like, what's preventing Golden State from being great right now? Like I believe in the roster. I just don't know what I see when I see them play sometimes. I watched almost all of that game against Washington the other day. That's like, hey, that's solid club, particularly there in the fourth quarter. That fourth quarter stood out. But it's just what makes me believe they're going to be able to do that more times over the course of the next 41 than they did over the course of the first 41. James, we appreciate you so much. We're done for today. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Check out the Kings Beat, new podcast dropping. You can check out their YouTube channel as well, where apparently Sean is all in. That has not happened all year. I don't know if that's ever happening. As a matter of fact, as soon as this show ends, I'm pulling up the podcast to hear it for myself.
Yeah.
Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings.
And we're done.
We're done.
And to the chatty house, we're done because we're on the clock for something at 4 o'clock. So we do have to say our goodbyes. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe button before you go, and make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow. We'll get cooking once again, man. Thanks for making today fun. We appreciate you guys as always, and we'll see you tomorrow. Unless this meeting is about something we don't know about, then